you like the pledge? And Mr. Skinner will give the invocation, or invocation of the pledge.
We thank you for this gathering today. We ask you to keep all Spotsylvania citizens safe. We ask you to guard our police. We ask you to guard our firemen, our EMS, and all our military troops throughout the nation and throughout the world. We ask you to grant us the knowledge and the courage to make the right decisions for the county of Spotsylvania County. In your name we pray. Amen.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Yakubowski.
Thank you, sir. If I may so indulge the board, I placed a resolution in front of you. Basically, what I'm trying to do with this resolution is reinforce the level of civility and respect that we have at our board meetings. The incidences that have happened recently and the press coverage that we have gotten does not reflect well upon our meetings. And I've drafted this and put this together and ask for your indulgence in letting me read it so the public understands what we will be discussing to then consider this and see about voting this in. So without any objection.
Are there any objections to reading this resolution? That, again, we just did receive this
I
minutes
understand.
ago, so.
Yes. Well,
All right.
that's why I would like to see if we had any objections to it as I were to read it, but I don't see any objections. If I may, go ahead. Thank you very much. Resolution number 2016, whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors welcomes all citizens and taxpayers in our county to participate in our county government. We encourage our fellow citizens to communicate their views on any subject pertaining to county government, policies, decisions, and future plans and potential votes. These communications take a varied method: phone calls, emails, letters, town hall meetings, or just face-to-face. The Board of Supervisors also encourages public participation at board meetings during the public presentation time slots and also during public hearings. Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors endeavors to make this participation easier and has taken steps to open up the process of local government to our fellow citizens. In fact, the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors last year added more opportunities for the public to address the board by including a public presentation agenda slot to all of our meetings. Whereas at the February 23rd meeting of the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors, during the public presentation section of that evening's agenda, Mrs. Clark, a teacher in Spotsylvania County, and her daughter were at the podium using their time to address the board about the advertised tax rate. During this time, she was rudely interrupted and attacked in a demeaning way. Unfortunately, this attack continued during another citizen's public presentation time. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors hereby rejects this type of verbal assault and personal attacks. This rude behavior and interrupting of a speaker is frowned upon and will not be tolerated, and does not lend itself to fostering the atmosphere of mutual respect and civil discourse. Be it further resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors offers our sincerest regrets to Mrs. Clark and her daughter for having to be subjected to this uncivil and uncalled for attack during a Board of Supervisors meeting. We, the Board of Supervisors, are committed to provide an environment for all citizens to be able to address their local representatives in an open, honest, civil fashion, and therefore encourage all residents to act in a respectful manner at all Board of Supervisors meetings. Thank you. I know that the board has just received this, and if there was any discussion, if not, I think it's pretty straightforward. And if there is discussion, I'd be happy to entertain it. If not, I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution I just read.
Is there any discussion?
So, Mr. Chair, this is kind of a shock to me. I think everybody on this board wants civil discussion. We want there to be no pressure when people come, but I think we better be careful in what we're doing here and singling out a single instance, because I've been on the board, this is started my 5th year. And again, this is something that I would prefer we table it until we meet again so that we can have some chance to review it, by just being here when we get here, rushing back, getting through the traffic, and then getting to this meeting, and then seeing this resolution that's been in the paper and addresses one specific instance of things that have happened. We've had incidents like this many times in the 4 years I've been on the board. It's not right. In this case, I personally spoke to the person that interrupted right after the meeting and said, I don't think you should do that, but that's my personal opinion. And I think it's the opinion of the board. Before we just go off and pass this resolution on this instance, in the same meeting, there was heckling of this same person, and that's not being addressed in this resolution either. So I think we need to be fair. We need to treat everyone equally. If we can play the tape again, we'll see that when the person that interrupted here spoke, that person was also interrupted, and the audience also jeered that person. So I would request that we would table this for review for 2 reasons. One, to be fair to everyone and make sure we include everybody in this resolution, and 2, because just arriving here 3 minutes ago and then getting this resolution thrown in without any kind of advance notice to review it, I think is not professional. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Skinner?
I would like to make one comment, since there's one thing about public comments, and that is that, and I believe that Mr. Taylor always says this before, public comment is not really to address us. There are issues, and there's problems and stuff like that, but there's too many times that we have people come up here and they identify one of us. And I do not believe that's what public comment is about, okay? And I believe if you listen to Mr. Taylor when he talks about the 3 minutes, I think that's part of his presentation, and yet we do not have that followed through. And one of the things, and I'm not going to believe, this is not when I say chairman, that is one of the chairman's responsibility to knock it off very quickly, okay? And that's happened, and all of us who's had the chairman sometimes, but I think we have to be more responsive and quickly to respond to an issue like that. And I think if you're going to continue that, then we ask the police officer, and that's exactly why we have police officers escort them out. I mean, everybody has a public right to come in here and sit, but they have no right to disrupt this meeting whatsoever. And my issue here is that I would like, to be honest with you, I just think that the public needs to keep the comments as comments and not focused to one person and to this board, because we all work as one here. And I would ask that the chairman and future chairmans take immediate action to stop it. So that's one of the issues I have, and I would say if we're going to do this resolution, we might even add later on to the point where, if someone consistently does it and they do it one time, then ask them to leave, escort them out. I mean, I'm not taking the privilege away to do here, but they're going to be professional, just like I expect all the members up on this board to be. Thank you.
Mr. Ross?
Mr. Skinner, you brought up a very good point, and I know that, Mr. Chair, you were not here at the meeting, but when this happened, I didn't even hear what was said. And I know Mr. Sebule, after what happened too, he said, what happened, what was said? So in this case, in this particular case, I know Dr. Trampy was the chair, but I didn't even understand what was said at the time until after the meeting. I asked some other supervisors if they heard what was said, and they did. So I've seen some complaints about us not stopping the meeting or correcting the action, but for the record, I personally didn't even hear what was said until after, when I had to ask what actually happened during the meeting. So,
Mr. Skinner?
Well, I'll be honest with you. When people are up there, I'm looking at them straight in the eye. And this incident occurred with her right behind this teacher. And there was no doubt in my mind, and I can repeat it, but I won't right now, exactly what she said to this teacher. So it's hard for me to believe that if you're up here and you're listening to people that are commenting to you and you don't catch something like that, then I'm not really sure what's going on then. Because I heard it fully Exactly, and I was upset, and I was hoping, to be honest with you, at that time, the chairman would stop in and stop it. But I will tell you one thing right now, we have to do something about it, and we have to get it stopped, because this is not a Spotsylvania County that really, we have a lot to be proud of, and we shouldn't let this bring us down.
Mr. Sabula.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ross, when you refer to comments that I make, one thing you fail to realize is that I do have a hearing loss. That hearing loss has been corrected. Don't try to say something I don't hear now. I just want to make that very clear. But I do not condone that type of interruption. I didn't need to hear what was said. All I needed to know was that something was said, and that is a total disrespect to the speaker, and I will never condone those kind of remarks. I see nothing wrong with this resolution, and I would be prepared to vote on it now, and I just read it for the first time here on the dais. Thank you.
Mr. Trampy.
Chairman, I just want to mention I was chairing that meeting, and I did hear what was said, and I have mentioned to Ms. Clark via email and others that I was too slow with the gavel and that I regret that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So let me ask a couple of questions, and again, I wasn't here at the time, as Mr. Trampy said, but do we not already have rules in place that address this?
We certainly do, Mr. Chairman, and they are summarized at the beginning of public comment period. And
Right. So, I mean, we already have the rules in place. And again, as Mr. Trampy said, he should have got on the gavel a little quicker. That did not occur. And that's, I mean, that happens. Nobody's perfect. And again, and I will say that in the just over 4 years that we've been here, I can't tell you how many comments, you know, rude, insensitive, whatever they may be, whether they're in the audience, not in the audience, emails, phone calls, they occur all the time. My concern is if you set a precedent right now by every time we hear a comment that somebody doesn't like, that we start doing resolutions, we'll never get business done. And again, that's just not the way. We have rules in place. Let's enforce the rules on the books now, as opposed to calling out every individual instance that occurs, because it'll occur every time there's a controversial issue. We're going to hear a whole bunch at the public hearing meeting. There's going to be a whole bunch of comments, and we sure can't be doing resolutions every time that occurs. And the other thing I'm going to bring up here, in not just this resolution, but we've had this complaint before as board members, getting information 5 minutes before you want us to vote on it. That is not the way to do business. It doesn't give justice to the document, whether it's good or bad. And again, I'll support tabling this, but right now the motion is to pass this resolution. Is there any other, Mr. Ross, I know you were, are you?
Well, I don't know if I put a substitute motion on to table it until we can review it in further detail.
So there is a substitute motion on the floor. I'll call the question.
I do have discussion, please, before you cut me off. It wasn't just one instance, and this is something that I think people were really forgetting. It wasn't just one instance of somebody being interrupted. It was then that same person that interrupted stood up during their time and reiterated it and continued the attack. So if anybody wants to condone that, you're free to do so. My resolution simply says we want civil debate, we want civil discourse, and if you're not going to do it, I think that we need to react. I'm not holding Paul or Mr. Trampy any more responsible than I would be as chairman. You're sitting back, and by the time it happens, you're reaching for the gavel and it's over. So I don't hold you responsible for the actions of somebody else. This simply states that we want civil and open and respectful discourse. And I'm not sure what the problem is here. I am not calling out the person that did it. I am saying that this incident occurred, and I have been here 6 years. This is my 6th year. Have I heard people get interrupted? Sure. Have I heard nasty things being said? Occasionally. But does that continue on with when the speaker gets up there and continues repeating what they said and continues the attack? I think it just does not look good for our board, and I would like for our board to state very clearly that we do not condone that. If you don't like getting the resolution 5 minutes before, I'd be more than happy to vote on this during my board report. It would give you the entire afternoon to read it evening during our break, closed session, and whatever other time. I did read it out. I'm not sure what objections people have to what I read. If something in there was so objectionable that you have a problem voting on it at the moment. But if you would like, I would keep it to my board report, and if not, I would like to vote on it and get this in the record and get this done. Thank you.
There is a substitute motion on the table to table this vote until when? For 2 weeks, till the 2 weeks from today. We have a meeting on the 22nd. So there's a motion to table this until further discussion and research can be done until the meeting on the 22nd. Call the question.
The motion fails with Mr. Yakubowski, Mr. Sabula, Dr. Trampy, and Mr. Skinner voting no.
Okay, there is a motion on the table to approve resolution. What is the number on it? Is there a actual resolution number?
2016 dash. They're numbered after the meeting, according to the clerk.
All right, so there is a motion on the table to approve the resolution. Call the question.
Mr. Chair, if I may just discussion on this. I'm going to vote against this, not because I agree that the behavior was inappropriate, but why I'm voting against this is clearly because there was other heckling that happened that night. There's other heckling. This is not just about condoning behavior. It's a specific instance. So I have got no problem with our board condoning behavior that's inappropriate for civic and civil discussion, because we need that here. But what I disagree with this motion in particular is it's going to a specific instance. And that is why I'm voting against it. Thank you.
So the question is to approve the resolution. Call the question.
Motion passes with Mr. Ross. Motion fails with Mr. Yakubowski, Mr. Sabula, Dr. Trampy, and Mr. Skinner voting no.
Okay, there is a motion on the table to approve resolution. What is the number on it? Is there a actual resolution number?
2016 dash. They're numbered after the meeting, according to the clerk.
All right, so there is a motion on the table to approve the resolution. Call the question.
Mr. Chair, if I may just discussion on this. I'm going to vote against this, not because I agree that the behavior was inappropriate, but why I'm voting against this is clearly because there was other heckling that happened that night. There's other heckling. This is not just about condoning behavior. It's a specific instance. So I have got no problem with our board condoning behavior that's inappropriate for civic and civil discussion, because we need that here. But what I disagree with this motion in particular is it's going to a specific instance. And that is why I'm voting against it. Thank you.
So the question is to approve the resolution. Call the question.
Motion passes with Mr. Ross and Mr. McLaughlin voting no.
Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the consent agenda. Have the floor computer activated, please. The floor computer, please. The summary of this afternoon's consent agenda, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Item 2 is approval of the minutes of this board for February 9 and 16, 2016. I have it, Mr. Cole. Approval of Rappahannock Electric Cooperative easement to install electric service at Livingston Landfill for a single-stream recycling compactor. That's with a $7,821 cost for service of the electric installation, which is in budget. Approval of an Rappahannock Electric Cooperative easement for installation of electric service at Livingston Landfill. Equipment building, and that's $7,200 for that equipment install. Next is approval for the Fire Rescue and Emergency Services Rapid Intervention Team Training House construction. This item includes contract award to Aiken Incorporated for contract low bid of $117,400, and that'll be funded by a grant award of $46,598 with a local match of only $13,420 of our money and a $57,382 transfer of FY16 state fire programs funding for aid to localities. Number 6 is approval of a budget amendment and appropriation to recognize Verizon's refund of $67,218 in excess charges that were found for us by a consultant that we engaged. We will make out of this a contract payment of $21,430 to the Utilities Review consultant, and the net comes back to us. 7 is approval of a budget amendment for appropriation for the Rappahannock Regional Fire and EMS Training Center. This is a $5,872 budget increase, which will fund the county's share of costs of operation of the facility per our agreement with other localities. Number 8 is the Sheriff's Office request to apply for an FY16 Spring Rescue Squad Assistance Fund grant of $9,433. This is for the purchase of VMS equipment, and it will have a sheriff's match of $9,433 in local money, which the sheriff says he will absorb in their FY17 budget. Item 9 is a shift of existing funds from existing utilities project to establish a new project, which is a 12-inch water line replacement to improve service reliability. This involves a transfer of $50,000 in the budget, which was approved by the Finance Committee February 18 of 2016. Number 10 is a resolution for acceptance of streets in Stonegate Manor, Stonegate Estates subdivision into the Virginia Secondary Road System. And item 11 is a commendation, a resolution in recognition of Katie Walker, a Berkeley District resident who has worked diligently to raise public awareness of issues relating to land application of biosolids. And with the board's permission, we would appreciate you entertaining this resolution. And following the consent agenda, we would like to have a photo opportunity for the board and a reading of the resolution. Thank you.
Do any members wish to pull any of the items off the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Sabula?
Yes, I don't believe I need to pull item 11, but I would like the commendation read prior to our voting or after.
We're going to read it right after. Yeah, we're going to read it right after.
Okay.
Any other items? Seeing none, request a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Call the question.
Motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Sabula, would you like to read it? Or Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And this is a commendation and recognition of Spotsylvania County citizen Kathy Walker. Whereas issues relating to land application of biosolids for use as fertilizer on farms in the Commonwealth of Virginia, in other national areas and regions, and in Spotsylvania County have been topics of concern and much discussion over past years with the Spotsylvania community, including residents and those involved in agribusiness participating in the public conversation. And whereas Kathy Walker, a Spotsylvania resident of the Berkeley District, has brought attention to and information about biosolid applications before her district supervisor and the full Spotsylvania Board of Supervisors regularly to help enhance public awareness toward informed public opinion and input as state agency level decisions are made regarding local applications of biosolids. And whereas Kathy Walker presented information to the board which assisted the board's initiative to add biosolids language to its 2016 legislative priorities list, sent to the county's General Assembly delegation, specifically seeking legislative support requiring the land application of Class A biosolids when land application is permitted in our jurisdiction by the Department of Environmental Quality, and restricting Class B biosolids applications on land in the county, also seeking an increase in required setbacks of permitted application areas located near county schools. And whereas further, Kathy Walker arranged a tour of the Blue Plains Wastewater Treatment Plant in Washington, D.C., accompanying Virginia General Assembly Delegate Highland F. Buddy Fowler to gain insight into and a better understanding of measures taken by this plant, whose improved biosolids management program has been awarded recognition by the Environmental Protection Agency. And whereas in addition to addressing the Board of Supervisors with status updates and commenting at the board's February 2015 public information meeting on this topic, Kathy Walker has traveled to Richmond and Louisa County for DEQ permit hearings, and she continues researching and sharing scientific facts in her tireless efforts as an outspoken advocate opposing Class B biosolids application and in favor of a responsible, educated approach to this issue, allowing for local input. Now, therefore, the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors does hereby commend county citizen Kathy Walker for her proactive initiatives and informed public discourse toward the goal of increasing citizen awareness of crucial concerns relating to land applications of biosolids.
Are we ready for a photo op? Why don't we just meet down in front?
Mr. Chairman, I just received word earlier today that Mr. Sean Nelson from VDOT will not be able to be with us today. He has submitted his report, and I do believe it has been uploaded to your electronic agenda.
I was thinking we'd do public presentations first.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Yes, public presentations. These are the guidelines for public presentations. Public presentations are an opportunity for citizens to present matters you believe deserve the board's attention. These presentations are not part of a public hearing. Sign up to speak at each public hearing is separate. Public presentations are one-way comments from citizens to the Board of Supervisors. They are not a forum for dialogue or debate. To make a public presentation, please sign up on the provided sign-up sheet and print clearly. Come to the lectern when your name is called. Clearly state your name, address, and voting district for our record. Address your comments directly to the board. State whether you are speaking on your own behalf, in which case you'll have 3 minutes to speak, or state the group name if you are speaking on behalf of a group, and you will have 5 minutes to speak. In either case, allow me to point out that a yellow light will come on at the lectern when you have 30 seconds left, and a red light will come on at the lectern when you are expected to stop speaking. Public presentations shall not be used to address matters subject to public hearings or to make political campaign speeches, private advertisements, or personal attacks. Written comments are always welcome. Amy, do we have anyone signed up for public presentation?
No, sir.
Is anybody not signed up that would like to speak? All right. Seeing none, let's move on. And Mr. Taylor, I might have cut you off with the VDOT. So VDOT submitted a written report to us. So they
VDOT
won't-
did submit
yeah,
a
they're-
written report. It is uploaded to the agenda, I do believe, but Mr. Nelson could not be with us today. We do have a work session next on the budget, and we have a report from finance staff, and then we also have the treasurer and 4 department directors to address the board.
We are prepared for the directors to go for first.
That's
If that's-
wonderful.
Okay.
In which case, I would call forward our treasurer, Mr. Pritchett. And Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I will point out, in fairness to all, that I have advised the treasurer and the department directors that it would be much appreciated if they could make their comments in 10 minutes, not more than 10 minutes to the board.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. I will take a whole lot less than 10 minutes, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to come before y'all this evening to discuss my FY17 budget for the Treasurer's Office. The materials that I'll be referring to should be on your agenda system. I'm not going to cover everything in detail that was provided to you. I'm going to try to do a real quick summary. In the recommended budget, there were 3 line items that were reduced from my original request. 2 of the regular operating line items deal with printing and binding and postage. One was the printing was reduced by $7,000, postage was reduced by $22,000. And based on my past history, for postage, I'd spent more than what's been recommended for FY17, and the other one is pretty close, pretty accurate. For printing, for the end of this year, I estimated that we would need $66,000, and $66,300 has been recommended. Doesn't allow for any potential increase in the printing of the tax bills or any collection actions that we perform. Postage is considerably less. We have a lot of tax bills that we need to generate. I also gave you a spreadsheet on the agenda system. There should be a spreadsheet, and I've highlighted some of the areas that to show the volume of outgoing tax bills, collection notices that we produce. I'm asking that the 2 line items be increased back to the original amount that I'd requested. I'd also requested for 2 part-time positions to become 2 full-time positions. This is needed to the workload of my office. The spreadsheet, again, provides the workload measures for the office. This doesn't list all the workloads for the office. The office also has many transactions related to the general ledger when it comes to balancing every month. Again, I'm going to do a real quick need for the 2 positions. Due to the Affordable Care Act, started this past July, the 2 part-time positions that I had were reduced from 32 hours to 28 hours in order to stay under that cap so you don't have to perform benefits. With the additional collection actions, there's additional transactions for adjustments and incoming payments. This also creates additional phone calls and working with the taxpayers as well as the employer that we've done the wage lien against. Using an outside collection firm has also required additional work. Without a true in-house collection system, it has to be handled manually. And again, this creates additional work on the staff. There's not sufficient staff to research the return mail that we get in, so we can get the bills to the owner and possibly do past due collections. Staff is also maxing out on their comp time. They're staying late to get some of the payments processed so we can make our daily deposits the following day. Also, too, we'd like to have backup for all the duties in the office. We've got several duties that we don't have backups for, and by making these 2 part-time, full-time would help us accomplish that. Anytime that you have a part-time position, you always have the fear of that person leaving you, going to a full-time position. and then you have to start the training all over. And also, too, I don't feel comfortable training a part-time person for as a backup because you don't know how long they will really be with you. Having the 2 part-time positions become full-time will help the office be more efficient, keep the number of collection actions being processed at the numbers that we're currently doing, posting of payments timely, helping having a backup job duties with less training and by retraining employees. So I'm asking that the $29,480 for printing and postage be added back, and the additional $35,000 to fund the 2 part-time to be full-time positions. I submitted a very lean budget. I do each year. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to come before you and willing to take any questions that you may have.
Any questions on the board? Mr. Skinner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pritchard, just one quick question. When we have residents move in and move out, obviously then the new letter needs to go out to the new resident and stuff of that nature. What do you see in the past? Have we had a 10% increase, or how does that work? Because, you know, that's your mailing, the stuff you need for mailing and stuff like that. So the other thing is when a person moves out, the taxes are paid in escrow, correct? Or what is remaining on the property tax and stuff of that nature? And so what we're doing is really the need for only a new resident that you're going to now have to put out their property tax twice a year?
On the question of escrow, that may be true for a real estate company if they've got an escrow set up with a mortgage. Personal property, hopefully the resident will change his registration card with the DMV or get the current license plates, and then hopefully the commissioner's office will be notified by DMV for this. This doesn't work 100% correctly. It might be 90, 95% correct on that. Go back to your percentage. I'm not sure. I don't have numbers of what percentage of turnover that we have. I know that when we do our mass mailings for June 5th and December 5th, we get anywhere between 7 and 8 trays of return mail back to us, and we do our best to get to it to try to find and skip trace to find better addresses, but we just don't have staff to get to that volume of return mail.
So I would take from that that not only do you send out what you think you need to send out, but any new ones too, and we don't know at this time what new will be coming in 17 yet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's important to have that funding for mailing and stuff of that nature to where we really need it.
Yes, sir. The funding, especially for the printing and the postage, is almost absolute to operate in, because we need to get the tax bills out. We need to get them, you know, and we also do monthly billings if there's an adjustment to the account, or if someone's on an installment or payment plan, we get a statement to them so they'll know what the correct balance is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? A couple quick ones for you then. What is the net request that you had as far as net increase?
The net percentage increase?
Just the net actual dollar.
Oh, the total is $64,480.
And one last question. You talked about hiring the outside firm to do the collections, and that's been successful?
Yes, sir. The first 12 months, we brought in a little over $400,000.
So what does it cost to have them on board?
It's no cost to the county
So
whatsoever.
they take a percent of the
They do
collection?
a percentage of, yes, sir, the percentage above what the tax is due to us. We get out 100% of our tax. Now, there is some internal cost that we have to work manually with them.
That's the follow-up question there, because you mentioned in your information you provided us that there's a cost for your employees to actually process the work?
We have to keep balanced with them. We have to communicate back and forth after we initially send it to them. So it's a manual-driven type system. We do run some reports and communicate with them, but it is a manual process.
But you take that out of Hyde right now?
It comes out of existing staff. That's correct.
Okay. Any other, you anticipate the same amount of collections this year or in 17?
We're hoping so. We're hoping. On the handout that I gave you at the very bottom, It does show uncollected balances as of June 30th for the last 3 years. So there's a lot of potential funds there that we can collect. And we've changed some processes, and we've been able to increase collections.
Thanks. Any other comments? Okay. Thanks, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Floor computer, please. Feels odd to stand at the podium versus sit at the table, but I think for this discussion tonight, I want to be, along with the other directors, talking to you about what I've requested in the fiscal year 17 budget. Bonnie, can you go to the next slide? The Finance Department has 4 divisions: the budget, the grants, the procurement, and the accounting. The 2 additional senior accountant positions that I requested in the FY17 budget will impact the accounting division, so I'm going to focus solely on that division tonight and those functions that are performed in that division. This slide is meant to give you a general understanding of the various functions that the accounting division handles. The first column to the left, general accounting, are the typical things that people assume happen in an accounting division. Our receivables, our non-tax and utility billing, accounts payable, payroll processing, fixed assets, general ledger, debt accounting. The next column refers to the various financial systems that we use. Our legacy SunGuard HTE system is more than 15 years old, and that's a system that we're in the process of upgrading, and that is badly needed to be done. We also are responsible in the third or center column for financial reporting, month-end closes, annual closes, the audit, indirect cost allocation. We also handle in the accounting division the liability. We both handle the policy management of our insurance and the claims management. And then the far right column are the internal controls, where the staff there monitors, advises, and implements financial regulations. We also ensure that our financial systems have the appropriate control environments. We manage policies within the county, and we train staff for those policy implementations. And in the bottom right-hand column, or at the bottom, we are also involved in many special projects throughout the year. We are jokingly referred to as bean counters, and I will say we don't like that joke a whole lot, but I will tell you there's a whole lot more than bean counting going on in this accounting division. Matter of fact, I've never seen a bean in the division. So there's a lot of work there. For comparison purposes, I think you need to be careful when you look at accounting divisions from one locality to another. They are not always the same, but I did take a look at the locality just north of us that has a population very similar to us. We have 7 full-time and 2 part-time positions handling all the functions you see on this sheet here. That county has 9 full-time staff, and they do not handle utility billing. They actually do not handle, their invoices are decentralized. They do not key invoices in, we do. And their school board has a separate audit. We have the school board audit and CAFR presentation is combined with the county. Bonnie, if you can go to the next slide. There have been significant changes in Spotsylvania County over the last 15 years. The last time the accounting division has added a position is before 1998. We have added 2 part-time positions, but no full-time positions since before 1998. Yet, if you look at this slide, a lot of things have happened from 2000 to 2015. Our population has grown by more than 48%. This has actually increased the service expectations. Our staff has grown from 520 to 914 in the county, the bulk of those public safety. Our expenditures have grown, and with that, so have the amount of checks that we've issued. The number of checks that we issue has grown by more than 51%. The number of water sewer customers has grown by more than 53%. Our GASB standards have more than doubled, and that has a direct impact on our CAFR. We now have over 150 pages in our CAFR versus 104 that we had before. And we already know that there are 9 additional GASB standards that will come into effect that will impact fiscal year 16 through 18. And GASB
Mary?
is, yes.
For us non-bean counters, what is a Gatsby standard?
I have more of that later in the slide, but I will, yes, I will explain those acronyms, no problem. That is actually the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, and those standards impact the way we report. GASB is currently in the process of looking at a project phase for a full review of the CAFR, and that could have huge impacts on the way we do our financial reporting. Bonnie, if you can go to the next slide. As I said before, we have not added any new full-time positions in the accounting division since before 1998, only 2 part-time positions. And we've made it our goal to do our best to what we call creatively persevere with the increased workload. We understand the challenges. I mean, I've sat at that table for 16 years listening to the budget presentations. I understand that there are a lot of challenges in this county. I did not come to you lightly tonight, and it took a lot of thought before I asked for these two positions. We have used technology. We have implemented process changes. We have increased the hours that our exempt salaried employees work to the point where we are struggling to keep up with the increased workload for the exempt staff. We no longer have the resources to compete with the growth and regulatory demands facing the county. Our auditors noted some of these concerns in our most recent audit. Some of the comments I will read to you. They noted that the complexity of accounting standards coupled with new regulations and transparency in the public sector have driven an ever-increasing demand on resources. They noted a concern that even with established controls, a strained personnel base increases the possibility that operational controls are bypassed. And lastly, they said it's important that the appropriate level of personnel be factored into the control environment to ensure that personnel responsible for reviewing and improving transactions possess the knowledge and expertise to be effective and efficient in their role. At the meeting that we had in the fall with the then chair and co-chair, Mr. Yakubowski and Mr. Sabula, the auditors mentioned their concern with what they called our silos of knowledge. We have a small group of senior employees who have a lot of knowledge. But they expressed concern with the potential issues that funneling an increased workload through this select staff of people will have, both inefficiencies, delays, and potential mistakes. Bonnie, you can go to the next slide. Similar to other professionals, it is our responsibility to understand and ensure that the county follows certain regulatory requirements. We are accountable to the Internal Revenue Service, to the Code of Virginia, to the General Accepted Accounting Principles, to GASB, or the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, the Auditor of Public Accounts, and the Federal Single Audit Act, just to name a few. Based on these areas of guidance, we draft and maintain county financial policies and processes. We prepare the annual financial audit, financial report, which is audited and provided to investors and our bond rating agencies. You can go to the next slide, Bonnie. On top of those, our daily responsibilities, our senior finance staff is currently involved in the implementation of two projects, the electronic timesheet project and the upgrade to our financial system, which I noted before is more than 15 years old. And we know that there are other areas where we could focus on new technology and other proactive improvements. And we feel that we could provide further efficiencies, but there is simply not enough time in the day. My senior staff and myself are working nights, weekends, and holidays to get the work done that we get done. I have a very dedicated staff and a very knowledgeable staff, but there's a limit to what I can expect them to do. I'm actually asking them to stop working on weekends. The NovaTime, the electronic timesheet software, that's the one that we're just beginning to implement now. We're starting with 4 smaller departments. I think it's ironic. It has been referred to as a simple timesheet software. I'm telling you, nothing simple, especially when you're talking about people's timesheets and payroll. I went back and looked at the log, and I understand I wasn't even at the full log, but there have been 115 issues that the finance department and the IT department have worked together to resolve for this simple timesheet software. And we know that the financial system upgrade is major. It will affect every department, and it has huge benefits, but we also have huge concerns with getting it right. Our auditors have cautioned us on the risks associated with implementing a financial system upgrade that has not been thoroughly reviewed and tested. They provided a couple examples at that meeting in the fall with Mr. Sabula and Mr. Yakubowski, where they talked about localities that were successful, that took 5 years to implement their software, and other localities that were not, that pushed it through, that are still struggling with those issues. Once there are noted issues with financial management, there can be significant impact on this county. We all hear about the bond rating, that is one area, but a more direct impact is that if a locality is labeled as a high risk, it changes everything. It changes how often we're audited with our grants. It changes how detailed our audits are, which just increases our workload even more because we're the ones that are actually performing the work to support the auditors that are there. And it ultimately could result in denial of many of these grants that we're so used to getting. We don't want this to happen. As Spotsylvania continues to grow, a properly implemented financial system will improve internal controls, it will minimize risk, it will ensure compliance of federal, state, and local regulations, and it will provide staff with reporting tools necessary to gather the data that the county administrator and that this board needs to make decisions for the citizens. but we need additional staff to ensure that that happens. We cannot manage the daily workload and focus the necessary time necessary to implement this financial system upgrade. You can go to the next slide, Bonnie. For FY17, I requested 2 additional senior accountant positions. The first is to address this workload issue that I've just talked to you about. It's not in our nature to say we can't do something. My staff has proven over and over that they will make every effort they can to complete the task that you request of them. But it's getting harder and harder to work at the pace that we're working now. I am fortunate to work with these qualified and dedicated staff, and at the senior level, these salary employees, they understand that they're going to work more than 40 hours a week. That's no question. They also understand that during those peak times, they're going to be significant hours. But I have been tracking this for a while. The significant hours are more often. It's not just during peak time anymore. The hours are more than what I think I should expect from my staff. I feel that it's imperative that we add this additional senior accountant, and without this additional position, something will have to give. Something is not going to get done. As I said earlier, I did not make this request lightly. A lot of thought went into whether I should request these positions. I feel that this financial system upgrade is necessary, and I feel like it's a great opportunity to address the issues that will provide long-term efficiencies. But without the additional staff, I'm concerned that we just don't have the time to dedicate to that. You can flip to the last slide, Bonnie. The second senior accountant position is that I requested was to focus on internal audit. This position would assist with the planning and preparation to create what we believe could be a 2-person internal audit function within the next 3 years. During the initial period, this position would assist the controller with the development of that internal audit function. It would also have some high-level involvement in the implementation of the county's new financial system. We feel strongly that the county should avoid the temptation of creating an internal audit function without proper planning and risk assessment. We feel strongly that the key to a successful internal audit rollout and for citizens' acceptance of that is to properly plan and resource this initiative. That completes my presentation. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your consideration of these 2 requests. I do not believe that we can continue, as I said, at the current pace, and without this additional staff, something will have to give. Ms. Forey, the controller who will oversee both of these 2 new positions, is here, and we are both ready to answer any specific questions you may have about these requests.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Sabula.
Yes, this is a perfect opportunity as far as I am concerned. I have observed the financial staff since 2003 because I have been there when you guys were working at 7 and 8 and 9 o'clock at night, seen the lights on, seen you leave your offices. I certainly can support your request. I'm only 1 vote, but I certainly can support your request. I have seen the extraordinary hours, and to me, it's just unbelievable. I have not seen a staff work as hard as your staff in my career. And I just had to have a chance to say this publicly. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Mr. Skinner.
I'd like to add to that because, you know, you can just take so much liquid out of a tomato, okay, and before you just have the skin left. But I think the purpose, and I think what I got from you, is that, you know, we can do more harm to this county by not putting those positions in there. And I think that's what's very, very important here is that, you know, when you look and you say, how does it affect the citizen? Well, it really does affect the citizen because if we lose our ratings and stuff of that nature, folks, then our bond rating goes up, and that means we're paying more for money that we borrow. And if you look at the amount of money that we would borrow on bonds compared to what these 2 positions would cost us, there's a great savings there. And I think it's just, I think it's important for us to, you know, we are a good county, we're a great county. I think a lot of people look at what we do, and you know, they try to compete with us, and I think we do very good throughout the localities, our surrounding localities. And I think we need to very seriously consider giving you these positions because of the damage it would do to us. And we've worked you very hard. There's no doubt about that. I think not only you, but every county employee in this county has been worked very hard over the last 5 years, 6 years. We got great ones. We need to stand up and represent those people as well as they represent us. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Yakubowski?
Thank you. I'd like to sort of echo what Mr. Sabula had said also, though I haven't been here at 9 o'clock at night. I do see the emails that come through late into the evening. Also, the meeting that you spoke about that myself and Mr. Sabula were at with our who were they?
auditors,
The auditors, thank you. I was trying to think of their names. With those folks that basically, if we don't implement these positions now, if we try to do it 5 years from now, this is not the type of thing that you just start tomorrow because you need a report the next day. These are things that you need to implement, and you need to bring these folks along in the system because what you do is very specialized, sitting there and listening to everything that that you guys do. And then also to point out that these two positions are in the recommended budget by Mr. Taylor. And then the last thing is when we went up last year to New York to meet with the bonding agency, the presentations that you guys did along with Ed were, I sat back because I learned an awful lot just about what occurs, how it is all connected, and just how much work goes into it. It's not as simple as people might think that, you know, we have a $500 million budget. Wow, it's $500 million that goes in a checking account and it goes out the other side. There are so many rules, regulations, oversight, funds, all kinds of different mandates and everything else that goes into that. So to get somebody that you hire to come into these positions, the learning curve is very steep. And we, in that meeting we had in the fall, we're looking at potentially missing deadlines and potentially harming the county, whereas if we were to just do what we need to do and add these positions, we would then avoid that mess that comes down. I think it was, I don't want to name the county, but it was down in the Richmond area. Might have been Richmond, that they actually messed up so badly that they were playing catch-up. The fine, everything that goes into it, it starts to fall apart. And so these positions are very, very much needed. And again, I'm only one vote too, but I will do what I can to make sure that they are put in the budget and that you get them so that we can avoid those problems in the future. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Benton?
On the auditors, is that normal that we bring in auditors for your department? Or is that just something?
The internal audit function?
Yes.
We actually have some level of internal audit that exists throughout the division. Anytime an invoice is paid, we are doing a review of that invoice. I jokingly refer to my staff, I tell the sheriff, if you're ever looking for a detective, you need to start in the finance department, because these people are really good at what they do. We're checking with each other, we're making sure that all the rules are followed. But this would be an actually formalized internal audit process. This is something that we do not have now, that would supplement what we do now at a higher level.
But you did mention there were some outside auditors that came in.
Yeah, we have an annual audit, and those outside auditors, when they came this year, they spoke to us about some of the concerns they had with the limited number of senior staff and the responsibility for those.
Okay.
And that is an annual process.
These are outside personnel, not even associated with the county?
The auditors, yes, sir.
Kind of speaks volumes on what your needs are. Thank you.
Any other questions? So just a couple quick ones for you. So I think you mentioned, have you had 7 full-time employees since 2000?
In the accounting division, yes, 7 since before. They have not added a full-time position since before 1998.
98, so it's been
a while.
I'm just going off your chart, so
Yes.
2000, okay.
Yes.
And then what's the total cost increase?
For each of the positions, it's about $100,000 annually. That's salary and benefits. And
So
then
what-
the first year, there's about $5,000 worth of computer, furniture, fixtures, software, monitors, printers, that type of thing.
So about 200,000 total?
Yes, sir.
Recurring cost?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, thanks.
Next is Information Services.
Should have flipped a coin with Mary to come before her because she's a hard act to follow. As Mary stated, a lot of the current concerns she has with her department, I think that you're going to hear a lot from mine. Today, I do appreciate the opportunity to come before you and defend the two positions that have been recommended in Mr. Taylor's FY17 budget. We actually requested a multitude of positions, and these are the two that made it in, so I appreciate the opportunity. I do know how difficult of a decision you have every year to make these decisions. I wanted to go over really quickly just our budget for FY16. 43% of our budget right now goes toward personnel. About another 42% goes to outsourced and applications maintenance and consulting and professional services, and the rest of it is internal operations related to technology throughout the county and for some internal training for information services. However, if you break it down about how we support the organization, about 46% of my budget, my fiscal year budget, goes toward public safety endeavors. Community development takes another 15%, admin services, which is the commissioner revenue, the treasurer, the finance department is about 13.5%. Public works, which is utilities, general services, and public works takes about 9.5%, and all the other departments comprised are about 16%. It's important to understand that we also run about a $42 million CIP portfolio. 10 of those projects are related to public safety. 5 of them are related to the financial systems management, and then seven of them are just other projects related to technology going throughout the county. Bonnie, if you can do the next slide, please. This IS customer service activity, this is our day-to-day operations. This is the stuff that we do to support the day-to-day help desk, our networking, GIS. All of you are familiar with the day-to-day stuff that we do. That volume is up about 17%, and 80% of our yearly volume is about comprised of 80% for these 4 key areas: public safety, community and economic development, admin services, and utilities, general services, and public works. Next slide. Public safety is one of the key initiatives for the board for the county, along with education and transportation, and we recognize that. IS plays a really, really large role in the support of public safety as they move forward with the advancement of technology. Multiple CIP projects are related to this. The public safety radio system, fiber, which is part of the radio project, is also part of other projects that are related to capital projects. The new 911 CAD system, body cameras, NG 911, courthouse security system, digital alerting, which is the replacement for tone paging. There's a 911 telephone system upgrade that we're going to be required to do in the next year. Citizen alert notification, which is Spotsy alert, and the potential replacement of that, as well as the potential of us having to replace the Chancellor Tower due to some potential structural issues that we're working out now. We do this in addition to supporting the legacy systems that are already in place. That includes the existing CAD system, the existing records management system for public safety, case management systems, document records management systems, tone paging, and mobile computing. We actually have about 30 to 35% of our users who are actually mobile computer users at this point. GIS, 911 addressing and mapping also comprise a large part of our public safety support, as well as everything that we do on the back end and the back office network and support infrastructure, service desk, and so forth. Next slide, Bonnie. The next largest areas that we support is our financial management systems. We have 5 projects right now that are related to financials. The replacement of the treasurer's legacy system, the one solution that Mary alluded to earlier, the replacement of the personal property legacy system, a state income tax program replacement, and electronic time management. A multitude of these are existing on legacy AS400. It is a system that we can have very, very hard time finding RPG programmers to support. We're trying to move everything to client-server applications, and it makes it very difficult for us to be able to support such a broad range of technology across the board with minimal staff. Again, we're still supporting these systems as we move forward, trying to put new ones in place, the real estate system, the assessment system, personal property business taxes, and then, of course, all the financials that fall under Mary and the NADA assessments. GIS plays a role, not as big in the financial systems, but it does play a very large role, as well as, again, the network support, the customer service, and so forth. Next slide. This last one is all of our other departments that we support, and these are some of the projects that are related to all the other departments, which is our technology replacement. We are as aggressive as we can be, but as fiscally responsible as we can be when we replace technology to make sure that the performance of the applications, that we have the right hardware in the right hands at the right time. Telephone system replacement, we have a telephone system that's about 12 years old, going on 13 years old. We're working on equipment that can no longer be replaced, can no longer be repaired. We're having to pull it out and move to more and more of an IP backbone and framework. There's a project that's outstanding for upgrade the county website. We haven't been able to touch yet because I have no one to assign to it. Parks and Rec system upgrade, server virtualization, which helps us with our disaster recovery and business continuity, case management software for the county attorney's office. And although the last two, utilities IT pipes and utilities enterprise asset management, are actually utilities projects, we have a pretty heavy involvement, IS involvement in those projects as well to make them successful. And then, of course, the support of the legacy systems, GIS and the network support and so forth. Next slide. The two positions that are in the approved budget that I just implore you, in order for us to move these projects forward, I need additional staff. The span of control for the number of applications, the depth and breadth of what we do is tremendous. It's too large. And we need to make sure that we have managers and supervisors in the right place at the right time to make sure that these projects are coming in on time, on budget, and within the scope. Outside vendor management, you have to have someone to manage our outside vendors. We're outsourcing a large portion of what we do. Almost 44% of what we do is outsourced. Somebody has to oversee that. Somebody has to negotiate the contract. Somebody has to work with these vendors to make sure that they are performing according to the terms of their contract. Oversight, of course, I've just mentioned, and then just resource management. IS is not the only department that has resource issues. I know that Mary just stood up here before me and talked about her resource issues. We have issues moving projects forward because we have to work around their blackout periods. Not just finance, not just the treasurer's office, not just the commissioner of revenue's office. It's a lot of departments that we're struggling to try to get time to get these projects moving forward in a timely manner. And it makes it more difficult when you're having to basically do this on a day-to-day basis and you don't have someone to oversee this. This position, I know the title, Applications Development Manager. I've kept it consistent. We've had this position open since 2006. When the gentleman who was in this position retired in 2006, it was at the beginning of the downturn in the economy, and we decided not to fill the position at the time because we didn't know what was going to transpire budget-wise. That position's been vacant since 2006. I need this position to oversee 6 project managers. I need to make sure that they have the proper guidance and oversight. I need to make sure that our standards for program management, vendor management, and relationship management with our stakeholders is in place, and that these folks have someone to turn to on a regular basis instead of having to fight to find time with all the other employees and information services for guidance and support. This will also provide guidance in the development of those personnel. Next slide. The next position, which is a back office position for all intents and purposes, but is going to play a key role in maximizing the investment of technology that the county puts in every year. They're going to manage the continued expansion and growth in county client server technologies. Where they're going to oversee and manage the expansion of our SQL databases, which is tremendous right now. We want to ensure the integrity of our data and of the interfaces, establish and enforce security of internal and external access. If you work in any industry, the federal government, the state government, financials, healthcare, information assurance is critical, and this person will play a large role in making sure that the right people have access to the right data, and that if you don't need it, you don't get it. We are struggling with that right now. We want to make sure that we maintain the highest level of data integrity possible and the safety of our data. We also want this person to align with the disaster recovery and business continuity. If there's some event, whether it be a cyber event, or whether it be a natural disaster event, or whether it be a human-created event, this person will work with us to make sure that we have good disaster recovery and business continuity plans in place should any of those events occur. We also anticipate this position will increase the life cycle of our systems. It will increase the performance, enhance the performance. That is, as we add more and more people to these systems, particularly our public safety and financial systems, making sure that we are optimizing them as much as possible. And then make sure that we are designing and implementing segregation of roles for database management and data integrity. Our auditors, our financial auditors, we go through that financial audit from the information system security perspective, what we do, how we do it, who has access to what. We have always, for years, been dinged for not having a segregation of role and responsibility for our developers, our applications analysts, our project managers having access to test data and live data at the same time. We're not big enough, so we've told them, but as we continue to grow in our applications, we need to be able to have that segregation of duties to protect what we've got out there. That concludes my presentation. Again, I thank you for the time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any comments from the board? So I'll ask my standard question. So how much is the increase in your budget?
It's about $220,000 for both positions.
Okay, that includes all the benefits and the whole
Yes,
works?
sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, thanks. Mr. Skinner?
Yes, sir. Hey, Jane, one quick question. We had a little problem with radios a while back. Would you tell me if any of these positions might have alerted us earlier of that problem, or
No, sir.
none of those?
Just as a really brief update, that situation that was occurred, there were some coverage issues. There are known coverage issues in that area because of the topology, but that issue turned out to be a bad radio. The oscillator for the frequency was out of alignment, so the radio was pointing to this frequency, and we're on this frequency, and of course, it's not going to be able to talk because the frequencies were in line. The radio was taken out of production. They were given another radio, and it should not occur again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Since you mentioned that, are we still on track for 1 July for turning the system on?
It depends on weather and depends on construction. We do have approval of our last tower behind Cedar Forest Elementary School.
Yeah.
So we're working through the construction process now. to
So
get
right
that
now,
construction.
yes.
Yeah, right now, yes, but it could change to September depending on
Right.
weather. The fire guys are hoping, because we're in fire season, are hoping for a lot of rain. I'm hoping for not so much rain, because the more it rains, the less construction that we can move forward
Right,
with.
but we're tracking right now. That's
We're
a good
working
thing.
on it,
Okay,
yes, sir.
thanks.
Thank you.
Next up is social services.
Good evening. And I'm going to go ahead and set my timer from my own. Good evening. My name is Gail Crooks. I'm the Director of Social Services. And before I start, I want to make sure you know that with me tonight is Anna Johnson, our Deputy Director, Tiffany Schrader, who is our Supervisor for Foster Care Services, and Regina Johnson, who's our Supervisor for Protective Services. I just want to be able that we represented here tonight, so if you have any additional questions, we're going to try and answer them to the fullest extent of our ability. I have to also preface by saying I was in a conference for the past 2 days, and it looks like I left my speaking notes on the table at the conference. So we will move forward, but I just want to share that with you. Go ahead for the first slide, Bonnie, thank you. Social services has a fairly basic mission about strengthening the social and economic well-being of this community of which we are all a part of. And we do that by helping families and individuals both overcome obstacles and also moving towards self-sufficiency, and we do that through a variety of ways. But we boil that down into one vision that we have, that we share as an agency, is that we want a community that thrives through a workforce that excels. And we have a core principle that sort of filters through everything we sort of try and plan around and bring into it, and that is our agency is one team serving one community. We just do it through many different aspects, many different ways, but we are still one team. When a client comes into our agency, whether it comes through the services side or it comes through the benefits side, the agency is serving that client and not just that aspect of our agency. And I think that's very important, and I wanted to bring that up to you because it's what's been driving the progress we have been able to see under some really strained resources and just some difficult situations. Next slide. I included this just to give you, frequently people ask us about the demographics, and I just want to caution you, this is a very small piece. This is a very small element, but it's something that's garnered interest in the past, so I wanted to put it in front of you, and it may trigger some future discussions. But the most interesting aspect of it right now is where are we at right now in terms of poverty and the effect of the Great Recession and have we recovered at this point. And just if you look at 2014, we actually, after dipping in 2013, our 2014 poverty rate, increased just a little bit. And, but the unemployment rate has been tracking down. And I wanted to put those two together because the question frequently comes up, what's happening to our SNAP rolls? Our SNAP is our Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program that's previously known as food stamps. And so I'll speak to that a little bit later. But bottom line is, SNAP is a graduated benefits program, meaning that as your income increases, you can still qualify, but you're going to get less of a benefit. So our rolls, I have heard it said that while if the unemployment rate is going down, the need for our services is going down. And quite frankly, we haven't seen that stronger correlation, and I believe it's just because the type of employment that's being generated or the wages that are being paid, people are still being income eligible for some of the benefits programs. They're just not getting as much as they did priorly. Next slide, please. So just some social services fiscal facts, in that we're a fairly complicated organization. We have over 20 distinct non-local revenue streams that feed into social services. These all have different local match rates. Some of them are 15.4%, some of the local match is 70%. We do have a couple that are 0, and of course those are our favorites. Program-specific revenues, and by that I mean programs that are just for a specific program, such as foster care subsidies, safe and stable families. Those program-specific revenues total about $2.6 million of our $6.4 million in state and federal revenues, or they're about 41.2%. And only about 94,000 of DSS's $9.3 million budget is not attached to a revenue dollar. And I think that's an important understanding for us to have. Next slide, please. So here I want to give some snapshots of our current caseload that we're working under to give some understanding. So on our services side, protective services, currently we have 94 children in foster care. And that's a spike, and we'll talk about that in a second. We have 44 children in prevention cases. That's where we are providing services to the family to help stabilize that family, to prevent the child from coming into care or stabilize the children if they have been returned home after being in care. We have 24 active CPS investigations going on. We have 62 active family assessments. A family assessment and a CPS investigation are in response to a CPS complaint. And we can just, depending on the nature of that complaint, we have what's called a differentiated response. So those are both the same group of people, though, that are working on those cases. We have 32 active adult protective services investigations, and we have 81 adult services cases, and those are adult services is when we are providing supports so that we can enable a senior adult or incapacitated adult to remain safely in the community for as long a period as they can. Next slide, please. So I wanted to break down those numbers a little further and talk about our child welfare counts because in the budget we have asked for several positions, 3 of which the county administrator has supported in his proposed budget. 2 of them are child protective services workers, and I spoke to you about them when I was in front of you at the February 12th hearing, budget board meeting. And then we also have a foster care worker who we are asking for, and it's included in the budget. Right now, this is our multi-year reflection of children in foster care, and you can see for a while we took a big dip going from 2011 to 2012. The NA is just because I don't have verified data available. I've got some assumptions, but I didn't want to put them in and include them with data that I could track. But we had dipped down. We're holding pretty steady overall, and these are snapshot counts on that one, and these are all as of September 30th of that year. Currently, though, as told you, we had 94 children in care, and that's still 94 children in care. It can change every day. But, and I can't tell you right now what spiked that increase. It's actually happened about since Christmas. We've seen them come into care, the 94, because before that, we were still in the fall, we're still in that 74 range. So while it may be dismissed that this is just a momentary spike, what does drive that need for the foster care worker? It's not just the numbers of the children that are in care, it is what they need while they are in care, and the demands of case management, which has gone under significant changes over the last several years. And we have added family engagement meetings, increased visitation requirements that are including incarcerated parents, which wasn't part of former requirements. We have transportation issues when our children are placed, when we can't place them in the community either due to the lack of resource families or to the needs of that child. We still have to maintain transportation to them. We have to do visitation to them. We have the court appearance. We have a shortened time frame for our case planning as far as shooting for a reunification and changing goals. So all these things, we have something called the VMAT. All these things are increasing the demands on case management. And the outcome has been that I have the foster care staff over the first 6 months, 7 people have been putting in over 404 hours of overtime just to meet that caseload. In the some positive numbers we're really proud of are the children exited to adoption. That had been a low a number for a while. Currently, we have 8 year-to-date to add to that 12 that was experienced in 2015, and we have about 14 more that are in the wings. And that's a positive thing. It may sound like a small number, but in the life of that child to achieve a forever family is something that's incredible. I'm very proud to be part of that. Children subjects of adoption subsidies, this is included because it speaks to the needs of the children that we're servicing. The children who achieve adoption subsidies is because they are identified as a special needs child for some reason, either because of the trauma they've experienced in the past, or the behavioral, emotional issues they need, the physical supports they may need. But what it translates into is that they qualify for an ongoing subsidy. While that child is in our care, that's also translating to an increased level of effort to support that child successfully and work toward the best outcomes for that child. Next slide, please. The other 2 positions we have asked for, and I request you support, is the 2 child protective services workers. And while we went over this a little bit at the February 12th meeting, I wanted to give it to you in graph form. So as you can note, these are the number of children in CPS referrals that we get. And you can see the number is trending up. It bounces a little bit, but the trend is for it to go up. And again, I cannot answer tonight the why we have seen such a trajectory in the past year. This is something we don't necessarily control. This is an input to us. The CPS referrals by type is what really tells the story, though, and I want to give that graph. As you can see, in the 12-month period ending December 2014, there's 579 CPS referrals. Now, that may involve multiple children. We're just talking about the referral itself. And there were 736 in the next 12-month period. That's a 27% increase. And these are the cases that are accepted for an investigation. They are color-coded whether they're R1, R2, R3, and that denotes the degree of potential severity of that case or significance of that case, with R1 being the highest potential for significant risk or harm and requiring a 24-hour response time. That was 136 in that prior 12-month period. It's now 242. So not only did our calls come up that meet criteria for being a CPS allegation, the severity of the call and our requirement to respond to it on a quicker basis has also gone up. That's been a 77% increase in those type of calls. And that plays directly then into our ability to successfully meet and stabilize that family and ensure that child's safety, not just in the immediacy, but long term. And that group has put in over 500 hours, again, about 7 workers putting in over 500 hours of overtime, and that does not include the actual on-call If the call comes in the evening and they get called back out to go into it and they do respond, we've been on the phone with our workers at 1 a.m. in the morning because they're out there meeting that child's safety needs. That's just meant to support the case investigation and the case documentation. It does not include the actual response to the case. And I think that's something to keep in mind. Next slide, please. The next, if we shift over to our benefits side of the house, I just sort of wanted to give you a overview also of our benefits programs. And the most widely known ones are, of course, Medicaid and SNAP. We do have a couple of other programs, but the number of Medicaid households in the county currently today is 8,332. The enrollees, the people in that household, are that 15,800, almost 15,900. The SNAP holdouts is about 4,100, it's estimated, representing 11,000 people. And then we have our TANF, which is Temporary Assistance to Needy Families, our VIEW, which is Virginia Initiative for Employment, Not Welfare, and our child subsidy cases. Next slide, please. So just so you can see sort of the trending history, this is the number of clients in the SNAP program that have accessed that. I want to preface this, it looks very high. It is very high. These are the unduplicated counts. That means it recounts that person who came in for 1 month as one client, or someone who was in there for 12 months as one client, or someone who came in and out of the system maybe 3 times. They're still only counted 1 time. So in 2015, almost 18,000 unique Spotsylvania citizens accessed Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. We served every single one of them. On the Medicaid, that number is 20,416. You notice back in SNAP, we are starting to see that downward trend as people are coming off the rolls a tiny bit. But in Medicaid, the trend is just continuing to increase, and it's still increasing today. We are now at our highest point of number of enrollees with that number I gave you, almost 15,900. Next slide, please. General interest a lot of times is, then what does this mean to the county as far as the volume of support or benefits that our citizens are able to access to help them meet basic needs. And it's important to recognize these are really basic needs. To qualify for these programs, your income has to be fairly low. These are not just doled out. They are not there for the asking. You do have to meet both financial and non-financial eligibility requirements. But in SNAP in 2015, the benefits paid out to clients in this county is $16.6 million. In TANF, it was 1.4, energy assistance 352. So a total cash benefits to clients of about $18.4 million. And then Medicaid in standalone by itself is $104 million. That is now, those aren't benefits, keep in mind, paid to clients. Those are paid on behalf of clients. So the Medicaid benefits reflect the Medicaid premiums that are paid and the provider payments that are made. They do not directly go to a public assistance client. So next slide. This just shows a picture of the bars are the volume of the benefit payouts that you just saw in the previous slides, and the lines are the enrollments in those programs, people accessing those programs. And if you, reflecting back to what I said, we're not seeing a direct correlation between the decrease in the unemployment rate and the decrease in our roles in SNAP. This sort of tracks it for you just a tiny bit. What we think may be happening is people who are still qualifying income, we also have what's called the ABOD requirement, which is the able-bodied without dependents. If you're one of those, you only get food stamps for 3 months, and that's a change that happened in 2014 to go back to a prior thing. Next slide, please. Just again to give you a snapshot of the workload that the agency is going through. While client rolls go down, actually our applications have not, and an application has to be processed to the full. A client can resubmit an application every month if they would want to. If they get denied, we still have to give that application full due process to make sure that nothing's changed and they haven't become eligible. And as you can see, the bulk of our applications do come in for Medicaid and SNAP. Next slide. I'm going to touch briefly on the Comprehensive Services Act. The $9.3 million that I just mentioned at the beginning of the presentation did not include CSA. CSA is about $8.2 million budget. Next slide, please. And actually, Comprehensive Service Act is now called the Children's Services Act, and I need to update that slide. This picture is our CSA case flow. I just wanted to give you a picture representation of how our case might go through. A case can come to us from the Court Services Unit. It can come through the schools. It can come through our own agency. And it comes through this process where a group of representatives of the areas of expertise in dealing with children at risk, which is the schools, the Court Services Unit, the Health Department, Social Services, the Office on Youth. We even have a private provider. We'll look at the needs of that child and service plan around that, and then they will identify those. That service plan will then move forward, and then will be funded through the Children's Services Act. So there is a process for that. I don't want to spend too much time on it unless you have some questions on it. This is really just for an overview of your information. The CSA program shot, children served to fiscal year date is 239. At this point last year, we were at approximately 219. Children currently accessing CSA funds that are currently on our rolls, 169. At this point last year, we were serving 131. Funds utilized to date, we've spent $4.3 million in this program right now. In this current fiscal year, last year we were at 3.6 at this point. And the projected expenditures for the remainder of the year based on current encumbrances, assuming no further children come into the program, is $7.7 million. Next slide, please. CSA has 19 categories of mandated expenditures that include one non-mandated, and by mandated it means that these children, we are required to provide services to these children, and it is a sum-sufficient program. The categories have different state and local funding splits, just like on the DSS side, from a local match rate of 22.9 to 57.3. The most commonly used one has a match rate in the low 40s, that 45.9. And CSA reimbursements from the state are offset by services accessed for residential treatment for children when they access those services through Medicaid. So there's an adjustment that takes place. Next slide, please. This is just a through-the-year shot of the mandated services, and I emphasize this is not the whole CSA budget. This is just the mandated category, of which the current budget is $8 million. There's about another $200,000 in the CSA budget. That's for administration and non-mandated expenditures. So the bulk is the mandated. As you can see, generally the percent that tends out to be state funded is roughly around 41% to 42%. It fluctuates again by that Medicaid adjustment piece that comes in. The primary driver of the current level of expenditures right now is our IEP placements in alternative private day placements. Next slide, please. What this slide gives you is through the years, is the funding expenditure split, the part that's due to private day placements and the part that's due to all other categories of mandated services. As you can see, the portion that is attributable to private day placement is increasing. The two lines, the blue line at the top is the CSA youth that are not coming through the private, who are not accessing a private day placement, they're accessing other services. The red line at the bottom is those children that are accessing the private day placements. And what we're seeing is they are becoming a bigger percentage of the population we're serving, and correlating to becoming a much bigger percentage of the costs that are going on. In this year, of the $7.6 million we're anticipating spending, over $4 million of that is anticipated to be on private day placements. It's important because to understand that that piece is something that CSA can't really speak to. That's a piece we're required to fund, because as soon as it's in our IEP, we're required to fund it. We cannot question the service. We cannot go back and revisit it. That is something that comes through and is accessing us without accessing a service plan input. Now, we're doing a couple of things to work with the schools to try and address that, in that we have instituted a team that is meeting monthly with school cases prior to them needing some intervention to see if we can do some of the service planning early on and hopefully put in some prevention in place so that they won't have to get to the place where they're needing an alternative day placement. Because the alternative placement is the end result of a lot of effort and a lot of work to try and serve the children already in the schools. This piece, this $4 million, is a tiny fragment of what the schools are spending on special education, and I know that issue has been in front of you before. So I just wanted to make sure that you understood that there was a tie there, that these children are trying to be served in the schools, they are trying to be served through other means, but at the end of the day, they're getting to the point where they need to be served in an alternative placement, and then that comes to CSA for funding. That is the gist of our presentation this evening. We can answer we'll try to answer any additional questions you may have for us this evening. And I do appreciate, and again, I ask you to support the 2 CPS workers in the foster care position. They are tremendously needed. Our community needs them. Our children need them. The workers want to do their best job. You heard Mary spoke very eloquently to the fact of what I would call the shadow effect of what's going on when we're sort of stretching our employees. You know, I know finance stays there nights because I've got staff and, you know, I'll be sending stuff to them and I'm getting an immediate response. And we're both there after hours. I had asked my supervisors to sort of just give me a headshot on what you guys are putting in, because I don't always see it. Sometimes they're here after I am, sometimes I'm there after they are. But on average, they're putting in 25 to 30 hours a month extra, year-round. As she spoke, there is really no peak season, because they are committed, as Mary so well put, to getting the job done. And that filters through, I can say, through my entire agency, that they are committed to getting the job done. But they want to do it right. And they want to make sure they're achieving the best outcomes for the children. They want to make sure they're making the most accurate eligibility determinations possible. You can only do that so well when you're overtaxed in the amount of time you're having to, the load you're trying to carry. And so I would just sort of like to leave you with that thought. And I am more than happy to answer any questions on the program. I know I went through it very quickly, but I certainly did want to sort of give you a taste of the different areas that we touch upon.
Any comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Trampy.
Thank you. That was a very thorough overview of all the programs you provide. Appreciate your asking for questions on the programs in general, because my questions aren't actually related to the Spotsylvania budget. But while I have you here, you mentioned that Medicaid payments don't go to the patient. Do they go directly from the government to the provider, or is there a private insurer or middleman?
I believe generally they go directly to the provider, because when they are not paid. Now, Medicaid has moved to a managed care, and they are migrating many of the clients to managed care. So that then does become part of that piece, but not everybody is on that plan yet.
Mm-hmm. Also on Medicaid, during the last campaign, a few of the state legislative candidates mentioned that I think it was 12 to 14,000 across Virginia who would be eligible for Medicaid if the state expanded the program, but are not eligible for the ACA exchanges. Is that because they're offered health care through their employer, or do you know of other criteria that would knock them off of the exchanges?
Generally, it's because their income is too low. You have to be meeting a certain level of income to even qualify for the subsidy, because otherwise you couldn't afford even the subsidized health care. So if they don't meet that minimum income, they get referred to the Medicaid programs, which then, if they are an adult between the ages of 19 and 62, unless they have some other qualifying events, they're not going to be eligible for Medicaid.
So there's an income kind of wedge there?
Yeah, there's kind of an income threshold in the subsidized health care plan.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On one of your slides, you showed the state and federal assistance payments and SNAP. In 14, we were at 18, it's slide 12 actually, but let me see. It said in 14 we're at 18, over 18 million, and in 15 we're at 16.6.
That's correct.
So the question I have is that because the state and federal assistance just weren't there to have it, or was that because we needed less as far as the county goes?
It's a combination, I believe, of that there may have been fewer eligibility, there may have been fewer applicants so who were eligible, who meet actual criteria, and also the fact that they are not as, they aren't eligible for the same level of benefits, such as if you qualify for the $200 a month maximum benefit as an individual, and then you go out and get a job and you're making $14,000 now. And so as your income comes up, your benefit is going to be decreased by that amount. So you may still be one of our clients, but instead of getting $200 a month, you may be down to the minimum, which is $12 a month.
So basically, it's not bad news, unless the state and federal assistance said we just have this much amount of money. But it sounds like we've done some good things. Like you said, you don't qualify for it. You know, if
It's
you-
mixed
you-
use.
It's mixed use,
Yes.
okay. How much of it is the feds and the state not paying their share?
Oh, they're paying the shit. None of this is local money.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Those
I don't mean,
benefits are all
I shouldn't have
federal
said share,
dollars.
because you're right, it's not shared with us. I'm saying, how, the state and federal assistance, that drop, how much of it is because the state and federal assistance just leveled the amount of payments they were gonna make, or not?
No.
Okay, so it's based on what you said earlier, then. You may have got a job, or you may not get as much money as you got before. So that's sort of good news.
It's good news with they're coming off the rolls because they're getting sustainable employment, which is our goal for all our clients, that we are moving them towards self-sufficiency.
Okay. I guess my real concern was, is that it's something that we need to be aware of, and I mean, how critical is that for us to keep an eye on that and seeing what we're getting every year? Because this was in 15, so how are we doing in 16? Do you see a drop or a trend? Or I know it's early in the year, but
Well, I think it's more just another indicator of the economic health of the community. If you'd have to look at multiple factors, such as, you know, if we're looking at those number of clients, since the number of clients are coming down, you would expect to see a decrease in the amount of the aggregate amount of payments that are going out the door. It's what our limitation is speaking to exactly what's driving that, because in at the start of the recession, 2009, the federal government suspended a requirement on what's called the ABOD requirement, which is the able-bodied without dependents. If you're an adult, you have to be either in a training program, an employment 20 hours a week, some type of job development, if not actually employed. And if you're not, you don't qualify. You can't receive SNAP. Due to the recession and the high unemployment, people couldn't get work even if they wanted work. They suspended that requirement, and that's one of the reasons the rolls spiked. In April of 2014, they reintroduced that requirement. So now if you are able-bodied without dependents, and you are not employed, you can only access benefits for 3 months.
thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Gil. Next, we have Monty with Fire and Rescue.
Good evening, Board Chairman and members of the board. My name is Monty Williford. I'm the County Fire Chief, and I come tonight to represent the over 500 responders of Spotsylvania County, both career and volunteer, to protect our citizens on a daily basis. Next slide, please. just basically do a quick overview slide. I think when I stand here and ask for funds to try to better serve the citizens, it's important for the citizens to understand where that money goes, and that's based on system improvement goals. In 2011, the Board of Supervisors asked for the system to be improved in order to better serve its citizens, and over the last 5 years, we've tried to in fact, meet those demands, the growth of the county, various issues we've had with staffing. We have almost completed our reorganization plan to get our staffing up to minimal levels. The only major gap we have, or I guess the most important, I should say, major gap we have is with our EMS supervisors. Just as an example, today we had a gunshot victim, we had a severe burn patient, and we had a patient trapped all at the same time. And those units were calling for an EMS supervisor, and we had one. So we put us in a very bad spot, and that's today. So we're going to come back and ask later this month to be able to apply for a grant, which will be about 90% funding, to try to fill those EMS supervisors, because they're currently not in the budget for this year. We'll ask to apply for a SAFER grant for those 3 positions. On moving down through our staffing, a lot of what I will be talking about tonight is about Station 11, which will be opening in a few months. There's also some need for support staff, but we're going to come back next year to ask for that. Want to note for the citizens and you to know that our new apparatus that's been approved will start arriving in April, and it will continually arrive from April through July, and that will include new apparatus for Station 11. 2 years ago, and many, many years before that, the Board of Supervisors had a desire to have a training and certification plan, and that was implemented 2 years ago. We've implemented our fire and EMS people. We've implemented our lieutenants last year. We will implement that program at the captain level this year, and we will this year complete 3 of those 4 levels, with the chief officers being done next year. And that will be a total improvement of training and having minimum training standards for all of our volunteer and career members, and that will be completed by next year. Fire and Rescue Stations 5 and 11 we'll talk about in a few minutes, and then enhancement of ALS we'll be talking about as well as part of the budget process. The last thing I want to talk about before getting right into the budget is the ISO Public Fire Protection. We're going to ask ISO to come in and reassess us in 2017. We are hoping to go from currently a 5-10 grade, and they no longer use 2 numbers, they use a number and a letter. So we're hoping to go from basically a 5-10 to a 3-8B or something of that nature, even down to a 4, down to hopefully a 3. We think, based on what we've talked to other localities, that could give a business or a homeowner in Spotsylvania a reduction in their fire protection insurance anywhere from $50 to $1,000 a year based on the value of their home. Next slide, please. In going into staffing, which is always for us the big issue, I want to point out that the first 2 bullets are not new positions. 2 years ago, we were lucky to receive a SAFER position, actually in bullet 2. And this amount of money actually will bring those positions on as 9 positions. They're currently paid for and have been paid for the last 2 years by the federal government, and that would bring them on as county employees. In addition, you approved 15 positions this year in FY16 for Station 11, but they were approved only for the last few months to get them trained prior to the station being opened. This money would again would be the addition to pay those people for the full 12 months of next year in FY17. And lastly, you may remember that we moved 3 positions from last year and rolled them over to relook at this year as part of 17. And again, they are the last 3 positions that are required for full staffing for Fire Station 11. Next slide, please. The next bullet is to convert 10 firefighter positions to firefighter medics. Again today, right around 3 to 3:30 today, we received a rash of calls, as we do numerous times a day and numerous times each week, to the point we were down to 3 ambulances to cover 407 square miles today at around 3:30. The ambulances that were in service was the ambulance at Belmont, the ambulance at Thornburg, and the ambulance at Partlow. We moved the ambulance from Partlow on the way to Salem Fields. We moved the ambulance at 8 to Station 4 at 4 Mile Fork, and we moved the ambulance from 9 to Brokenberg to try to strategically place units. That happens almost every day now. We'll talk about call volume in a few minutes, but it is really important for us to maintain the staffing that we already have, as addition to be able to have full staffing for Station 11 when it opens around July of this year. With the growth that's currently going on within the county, we've asked, kind of along with the building official, for a part-time fire inspector. We hope to generate really 100% of that cost. So even though we're asking for the cost, we are hoping to generate fire inspection fees that would actually be able to absorb those costs. And then lastly, recruitment and retention. There was a little conversation about this time last year, and I wanted to take just a couple of minutes and talk between salaries and COLAs, or whether you call it merit, whether you call it a step, but the difference between COLAs and steps. They do two totally different purposes. When the board provides a raise to county employees, and it's done through a step raise or through a merit, the primary thing it does is it rewards the employee, but it helps prevent compression. In the past, we've had people at year 1 and year 8 making the same money when the economy was bad, because many times COLAs were provided. So there was a tremendous compression between new employees and seasoned employees up to 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So when we do COLAs, that's what it causes. It causes compression when there's no step or no merit that goes with it. On the flip side, if we give merits and no COLAs, we help reduce the compression, but we limit our trying to get the brightest and more competitive employees to come in, because that freezes our compensation step. So if beginning salary for a firefighter is $39,800 and only merits are given for 2 years, that salary stays frozen at that level for 1, 2, 3 years until another COLA is given. And that really affects our department as well, because as the other departments increase their salaries around us, it really causes a problem with competition trying to get the better employees to come into Spotsylvania. Likewise, the salary, merit, or the step does just the opposite. It helps to retain by rewarding that employee for the great work that they do. And again, whether that's fire rescue or one of the other county departments, it's important to recognize that there's two things involved with compensation. One is to attract the employee, and one is to retain the employee. So I would certainly ask you to please give full attention to the degree possible. I know in my department, we have men and women that risk their lives every day to provide the best service to the citizens of Spotsylvania. And I would really appreciate whatever you could do for these men and women. Next slide, please. I wanted to quickly go over capital improvement, and the money shown are fire apparatus replacement and EMS vehicle replacement. This basically equates to 3 pieces of fire apparatus, which includes one that was moved over from 16 to 17 for the opening of Station 11, and 3 ambulances. I'm not going to talk a lot about the overview. I've kind of put my program backwards. I wanted to put the request of the money straight up front so I could cover it in just a couple of minutes, and then take the rest of the time to go through the overview, again, not just for you, but for county citizens as well. We have a large population. We have a large land area, and that equates to the needs, both citizens, visitors, of businesses in Spotsylvania County. Staffing, apparatus, time, travel distance, call volume, water supply, Interstate 95, our specific geographical location between Richmond and D.C., all presents us with constant challenges. Next slide, please. I point this out numerous times, but I think it's important for everyone to understand in that there are 95 counties in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we are the 8th in population. And of those 8, we're the 3rd largest in size. Next slide, please. So what does large land area and population side equate? One thing, response time. It's a direct correlation between a jurisdiction's land area and the number of fire and rescue stations. The greater the land area per station, the slower the response. The Spotsylvania County Comprehensive Plan identifies the following response times. Within the primary development boundary, 6 minutes, 90% of the time, and outside the primary development boundary, 8 minutes, 90% of the time. Our current countywide response time is 8 minutes and 22 seconds. Now, with Station 11 is the most critical station that we ever have or have thought to build because it will be the anchor. Currently, all of you represent areas that lose its current fire and rescue coverage because it goes into the areas that have the largest call volumes. 4 Mile Fork, and we'll talk about those specific numbers. When they go out and the next unit comes in and the next unit comes in and the next unit comes in, that decreases response time because the units have to come from further jurisdictions or further districts, further fire stations. Next slide, please. There's also a direct correlation between population and the number of calls for service. The greater the population, the higher the call volume. As call volume increases at a specific station, the ability to respond to the next call, known as reliability, decreases. Spotsylvania Comprehensive Plan utilizes a maximum benchmark of 2,500 calls per station to establish reliability. Next slide, please. As far as current reliability, we have very good reliability in all current stations with the exception of Station 4 and the exception of Station 6. Currently, last year, we had 4,594 actual calls, minus the 2,500 allowed, gave us 2,094 calls over what's suggested in the comprehensive plan. Fire Station 6 had 3,518, minus 2,500 allowed is over 1,000 calls. Now, Station 11 is that strategic key, that anchor that's going to help reduce that, because it's basically going to cut Station 4 in half, and it's going to reduce this major backlog that we're having in Station 4. Which means if you live in the Salem church area, your equipment is not going to constantly be going over into that other district. And if you live in Chancellor or Salem Fields, your equipment is not going to constantly be going into Salem Church or again going into 4 Mile Fork. So this is a very good thing for the county. It's a very good thing for the citizens, because Station 11 will help anchor and reduce these problems that we're having currently in the other districts. Next slide, please. Our total fire incidents for 2014 was 15,484. Our total fire and EMS incidents in 15 is 16,454, which is a total of 970 additional incidents this year. Now, if you look at the individual units that respond to these incidents, that actually represents 29,400 total EMS and fire responses, which is an increase of 1,256 for the year. Next slide. As a quick overview of what's happening in the next few months, Fire Rescue Station 5, by my expectations, will open around May in the Chancellor area, with Fire and Rescue Station 11 opening around July. We'll have our next recruit graduation on May 20th, which those people will be moved around the county eventually to provide 15 people currently authorized to Station 11. New apparatus, as stated, will begin in April and will be complete in July. Squad 1, which was a vehicle which was involved in an accident last year, will arrive first in April, with Station 11's piece arriving last. Next slide. In summary, we will continue to apprise the Board of Supervisors of fire and EMS needs that affect public safety, and again, we'll research and identify issues within the state and region that will affect recruitment and retention. I'd like to thank the citizens. I'd like to thank you, board members, and our supporting departments, volunteer agencies, and mutual aid responders for a total force concept that allows us to do our job day in and day out. One of those specific departments, and there's so many that deal with us on a day-to-day basis, with the recruitment, with the advertising, HR, with all that we go through each year, with trying to come up with what we need to provide good service to citizens. I can't say enough about the finance department. The support we get from IS, the support we get from the sheriff's office, it is truly one big team. And I'd like to thank all those agencies and Annie that I may have left out. And again, I'm open to any questions you may have.
So do we have any questions, or do we need to pause for public comment? Any board questions? All right, well then, Chief, let's put you on hold for a little bit, and let's go to public comment and then come back to you.
Having been sick, that'll give me a chance to get a slip of water.
There are no citizens signed up to speak.
See, are there any citizens who would like to speak that have not signed up? Seeing none, Chief? All right, questions? Mr. Yakubowski?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for everything you do, and thank you to all your staff for what they do. You're one of the very few departments that need to be funded, and we hope we don't see you. But when we do, we're glad that you are funded and trained and do what you do on our behalf. And so just a quick question. A fully staffed fire station cost what per year?
On just a very rough standard,
Right.
normally you can say $1 million a year.
Just for staffing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know in the CIP we have, number 12 is looked at in 2021. There's $1 million, imaginary $1 million in 2021 to look at site design and all.
When I said $1 million, that's like total cost.
No, I know.
So that's maintenance, that's supplies, that's staffing.
Right.
Basically 18 people by roughly 18 by 75,000, whatever that comes out would be a good estimate. 18 people
okay.
times 75,000.
Okay. My question really is, when do you foresee the next station that is necessary? And I know that, we're just opening number 11, but it doesn't hurt to look ahead, especially if we have a 1% growth rate, which we do, but if we double to 2%, and if we start increasing, at about what point do you think that we might need to build another station, the cost for that, and then staff another station?
If you look at the numbers that we gave as far as Station 6 and the numbers for Station 6 and Station 4, with Station 4 already being 2,000, almost 2,100 calls over, when we open 11, that's going to only put us 400 calls to the good. And there's a lot said about just because things are approved, it doesn't mean they're being built. But you could not believe the number of plans that are coming through our office for new apartments, all around VRE from Post Oak, or rather New Post, from New Post all the way down, across from the hospital, behind the hospital, and up and down Route 1. With that, I can't tell you how quick they're going to fill or how quick they're going to sell. I can tell you that when VACO built the apartments here in the courthouse, when they first opened, I had my pick every night of where I wanted to park, and I can finally find a parking spot. And that's just been within a few weeks. And I think these others, I mean, they're very experienced business people, are building these apartments, and I think they're expecting them to fill. And it's not just one unit that's going up. I mean, they're filling every space that you can look around. And just when you go over 17, there's a new Section 8 housing development in there, which is apartments. There's a third section going in behind the hospital, the ones that are down farther to the east. There's that whole field is almost filled up or being filled up across from the hospital, South Point, and it just is continuing. So I expect the call volume, again, just last year, we had over 1,000 calls. We had 1,000 calls just last year. If you base that on 40% of a fire station, then in 3 years, at that growth rate, that's another fire station in 3 years just based on last year's growth.
So we really should look at more of a compressed timeline than a 2021 starting to even look at designs for a fire station, because even if you open a new one, you know, the fire station, especially over in that part of the county, it already fills back up. So we need to then start looking at the next one. And I would just remind everyone that with everything that has been approved, you know, you're looking at 13,000 units. When that all comes online, even if it does take 20 years, you know, you're looking at a few more fire stations at that point, just to not only catch up where we are, but then to make progress and make sure that we keep ahead of the curve and not fall really far behind.
And we're 1,000 over in Salem Church. So currently, the Salem Field Station and the Chancellor Station they'll have to fill that backlog. Now,
Right.
there's excess there to fill that backlog, but it's going to be filled, and it's going to take longer to come from an adjoining district to be able to answer those calls. You know, I think there's possibilities. The city of Fredericksburg is looking at building a station over in an area that would be accessible both to the county and the city. There's been, I think, some discussion with board members here with the city in past years. There's a possibility of saving money in station costs by potentially co-locating. There is a potential of adding ambulances to some stations with initially without going for the full cost of an additional station. And we will look at all alternatives and options and give you numbers of and various types of options ranging from full station coverage to partial station coverage, you know, as the county grows, to try to make it as affordable for the county and meet the needs at the same time. But growth is coming in that area. The calls are going up, and we're going to have to be ready for them in the future.
And one last thing, real quick. The 2001 bond referendum for the fire stations, did that also include Fire Station 11? I'm just curious.
To my knowledge, it did not.
It did not, okay. But it did include the Fire Station 5.
That was 2005 referendum that included the Company 11.
Okay, but Company 5 and everything before that was 2001, I think, 2002, somewhere around there. My only point is that we're now finally finishing up with that after 14 years of building all the fire stations that we had wanted, then actually getting around to staffing all of them to have 24/7 coverage. So we have played catch up with where we were, but it doesn't stop. We will have to continue adding fire stations, adding personnel, and there's a cost associated with all that. That's really my point, but thank you.
It is, yes, sir.
Any other questions? Mr. Benton.
Chief, could you just explain to the board the responsibilities of the EMS supervisors, what they do and what additional they can do?
Right now, and we run a very large percent. Based on 2015 numbers, we run 75% of our calls are EMS related. Now, that doesn't mean a fire truck doesn't run on that EMS call with them. If it's a heart attack, or if it's a cardiac arrest, or if it's a gunshot wound, or if it's a automobile accident, then we're getting, you know, a two-piece response. But primarily, we run a very high call volume of EMS calls. We have a tendency to run a large amount of automobile accidents. That was a meeting that I attended recently, and the sheriff's office made a comment on the large number per capita of automobile accidents that we have in Spotsylvania. Any of these really severe calls, we are required, or our policy requires us to run an emergency medical supervisor to assist units on that scene, and that's the worst of the worst calls. Gunshots, cardiac arrests, seizures, the bad automobile accidents, especially with entrapment. And then the EMS supervisor also has a secondary role in that they respond on fires as the incident safety officer. So not only do they do fire, they respond with the battalion chief. The battalion chief is the incident commander. The EMS supervisor is the incident safety officer. So they're dual-rolled. We started a new program called Rapid Sequential Intubation this past year, RSI. And many times in these critical injuries, we have patients that whether they live or die is going to be determined if we can put an airway in to save their life. But many times a patient, because of a gag reflex, they can't actually take that tube down their throat. We actually have trained providers through RSI, which provides medication, which actually paralyzes those patients. We paralyze them. We put a tube down their throat to maintain an airway, and we save their life. And initially, the only person that could do that was an EMS field supervisor. The first night that we started the RSI program, we had 2 people that needed an intubation at the same time. Today, we had the gunshot wound. We had a trapped person, and we had critical burn patient all at the same time, all needed an EMS field supervisor. And currently we have a battalion chief, once for each battalion, one in the north and one in the south. For EMS field supervisors, we only have one for the county. So he or she has to provide constant coverage and is constantly on the run. As you can imagine, that vehicle's being replaced this year because it just runs from the time the guy or gal comes on until they go home the next day. And that position provides that service for all 407 square miles.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Taylor, are we on public hearings?
We do have 3 public hearings scheduled in land use matters. This evening, they cannot commence before the advertised time of 6:30, but they can lawfully commence after the advertised time of 6:30.
It is.
So we're
6:40.
we're legal. Do we want to shift gears and hold those public hearings, or do we want to hold the public hearings later?
What are we on now?
We are now, the staff also has a presentation on updating the board on the budget work.
Okay.
Thank you. Before I get into this, I did want to correct one thing. Mr. Yakubowski, you asked about the fire stations and whether it was 2001 bond referendum or 2005. It was 2001 for Company 11 and 5.
Do you know how many were in that bond referendum?
I don't, but I can find that out and get it to you.
Thank you.
Okay. So this evening, what I need to do is to update you on some changes that have been made to the CIP since you adopted the CIP in November. All of those changes have been included in the CIP that's in the recommended budget document. I also need to update you on some changes that we know about pertinent to the fiscal year 17 budget. And then I wanted to go over our 5-year forecast. So the CIP updates first, there's just a few of them. Changes from what was adopted in November is, and you've heard us talk about this a little bit before, we shifted the funding of vehicles out, vehicle replacements, out of the general fund and over to the capital projects fund. And those are still funded with cash. They're just funded in the capital projects fund with the transfer that occurs from the general fund to the capital projects fund. We also, as a consequence of that, because we're using the cash now to replace the vehicles, we are borrowing for certain public safety technology and equipment purchases for which we have the referendum authority to borrow. And those borrowings have already been factored into the recommended budget and the debt service numbers that you've already seen previously. Some changes from what was in your recommended budget in terms of the CIP. We initially thought that we were going to need to borrow in this summer for utilities projects. We have taken a look again at the state of the utilities operating and capital projects funds and believe that we can shift off that borrowing for another year. We are not shifting off the requirements for the projects. We are just shifting off the requirement for the borrowing because we can pay in fiscal year 17 cash for those projects. Also, as a result of conversations at a recent Transportation Committee meeting and also at the last board meeting, we are shifting the J-Ramp project out 1 year, picking up both years' funding and shifting it out to where it begins in fiscal year 18. We are reducing the borrowing for the animal shelter. What was in the recommended budget originally was a much larger project with a cost of about $3.5 to $4 million. The cost now has been reduced to about $400,000. Some of that we already have on hand from previous budgets specific to that project, and so we'll need to borrow a little less than $200,000 to do the main remedies that need to occur at that facility, at the existing facility. Also, you'll recall that in the recommended CIP is a $150,000 public safety technology reserve. We have received a grant that can be used for the equipment that was to be purchased by that reserve, and so therefore we can take out that reserve funding. What I want to do now, before I get into the specific changes that we know about at this point on the fiscal year 17 general fund budget, is just, this is a one-slide look at how we balance the fiscal year 17 budget for the recommended budget. And I think if you don't hear any other slide, I think this is one that you want to pay attention to as we move forward and you make decisions on this budget. The left-hand column of the table is related to revenue. The right-hand column is related to expenditures. And the yellow bars in the middle are a level-by-level combination of each of those. So for base revenues, we had a base revenue increase of $753,000. We had base expenditure reductions of $1.1 million. Those two combined gave us, after the base budget was completed, $1.9 million to work with on the general fund side. With that $1.9 million, $1.1 million of which came from reductions in the general fund budget, we funded $2.1 million in new initiatives, and those are the new personnel that you've heard us talk about, and that you heard the directors tonight talk about. So that we funded $2.1 million, and offsetting revenue associated with those new initiatives is about $168,000. After the base and the initiatives were funded, we had $10,787 to work with. We then went about trying to reduce the personal property tax rate. And so a 14-cent reduction in the personal property tax rate reduced general fund revenue by $842,000. On the expense side, what we did to make that funding available to reduce the personal property tax rate, and because it makes good operation sense, we shifted the replacement vehicles from the general fund over to the capital projects fund. And again, we're not borrowing for those vehicles, we're funding that with a portion of the cash that's being transferred from the general fund to the capital projects fund. After we did that, we have an available balance of negative $40,489. That did nothing to solve for the fact that we have net new debt service on the county's capital projects and on the school's capital projects. Those two combined, the net new debt service is almost $4 million. And when 3 cents is added to the real property tax rate, that is $4 million. This is a snapshot, line by line, certainly not the detail, but in summary form, and I do have the details if you'd like to see that. The budget is balanced at 0. Again, this is the recommended budget. As we do every year, there are changes that happen during the budget development process, and our social services director has gone back and looked at the CSA revenue expectations and the DSS revenue expectations, and you heard her talk about how there are so many different programs within DSS, and each one of those different programs seems to have a different funding formula for it in terms of what the local match is and what the state or federal share is. So we've gone back and looked at each of those, and for CSA, we're expecting now $507,000 in additional revenue. That has to do with some revisions that we've made to the expectation for the local match of the Medicaid costs. On DSS, there's a revenue increase projection of $131,000. And we also received a $2,000 grant for Sheriff's Office travel, and that travel on the expense side was already budgeted in the recommended budget. Now we're going to get a $2,000 grant, which we can add to the revenue side. By default, because of the way that the funding of the Fiscal Stability Reserve and of the Budget Stabilization Reserve work, these 3 increases in revenue mean that we need to set aside $78,000 to be added to the Fiscal Stability Reserve and Budget Stabilization Reserve. When we do that, our net add in revenues to the recommended budget from what has been proposed to you previously is $562,000. We also have some adjustments that we know about on the expense side. The first is the Public Safety Reserve that I told you about, where we have now gotten a grant and that allows us to remove the Public Safety Reserve from the 17 budget. We also have revised the scope of work on the animal shelter. Both of those projects, changes in those projects, allow us to reduce the borrowing this summer, which in turn reduces the principal and interest payments to be made next year and into the future. That debt service savings is $316,000. And we also know, based on the latest iteration of the budgets adopted by the Jail and Juvenile Center, our share is going down by $155,000. Revenue adjustments continued. These are just some minor cleanups of things that we missed, that I missed, putting in the budget. The court service unit adjustments is about $2,000, and the Sheriff's Office travel and radio repairs of $4,700. Total general fund expenditure adjustments is expenditure savings of $464,000. So down at the bottom here of this slide, I'm showing the combined impact of the revenue increases, $562,000, and the expenditure savings, $464,000. As of now, the known changes in the fiscal year 17 budget, we have $1,026,000 in general fund funding available. So now that we've done the update of the fiscal year 17 budget picture, what I want to show is the 5-year forecast. This is the 5-year forecast based upon the recommended budget. It does not factor in the changes that I just talked about. Honestly, in the whole scheme of things, that $1 million change is not going to make a drastic difference in this overall picture that I'm trying to give you of the 5-year forecast. When when I talk about the 5-year forecast each year and we report it in the budget, sometimes I think it may be mistaken that what we do in that forecast is 4 whole entire budget processes in that one schedule. That's not the intent of that. It's not 4 additional budget processes. It's not an exact science. I do not go through line by line on the expense side and make adjustments for the out years. I look at it in big picture terms, and this is the intent of this is to provide you an order of magnitude of the variations between revenue projections and expenditure projections for several years into the future. Again, this is not exact. It's just meant to be a general sense of what may happen, making some broad assumptions. Those assumptions on the revenue side, you're going to see a series of slides here. The revenue assumptions on each of these slides are the same, and they are new construction growth of 2% in 2017, followed by 2.5% thereafter. We only focus on new construction growth here because the assumption of the model is that even if we altered the non-new construction, the base of real estate assessments, that the board would likely equalize that. That's the assumption of this model. So all we're focusing on is new construction. To put this in perspective, I said I was estimating 2% growth in new construction in 2017, followed by 2.5% thereafter. In 2015, our actual new construction was 1.2%. So I'm being something other than conservative on the revenue side of this picture. You know, how that's really going to play out is obviously yet to be seen, but those are the assumptions within the model. We've also assumed 2% growth in personal property assessed values in all the out years. I've assumed that compensation board revenue is flat, that what we are expecting in fiscal year 17 is what we are to expect in the out years as well. And then all the other revenue projections, and in this instance, yes, we do project all these out years, line item by line item in the revenues. I've assumed that all other revenue projections are driven by trends. On the expense side in this graph, and again, this is representative of the 5-year forecast that's in the recommended budget, I have assumed annual adjustments for inflation in materials and supplies of 1.4%, and that's a trend in the CPI. I've assumed annual compensation adjustments of 2%. I've assumed transfers to other funds based upon current practices and upon fiscal policy guidelines. And I've assumed, based on the adopted and the revised CIP here, that the transfer of decal and set-asides is necessary to be reinstated to the transportation fund in fiscal year 18 to balance the transportation fund. The transfer to schools in this model, we do not have a revenue sharing agreement with the schools. So it's hard to forecast what the transfer might be. We've tried to go through and do this on a somewhat mathematical format. And I have said in this model that the local transfer to schools is based on 100% of the projected schools debt service based on the projects that are in their CIP, plus a cost per pupil amount adjusted annually for a 2% compensation adjustment, a 2% COLA, and a 1.4% CPI. The expense side of this graph does assume the debt service for projects that are in the CIP. And again, as I said, the transfer to transportation from the general fund of the decals and set-asides is reinstated in fiscal year 18 here. And this is important as well. In addition to that $3.6 million transfer in fiscal year 20 and in 21 and beyond, at least an additional $1 million over that reinstated $3.6 million is required to balance the transportation fund. Again, that's based upon the CIP. So I was asked, well, what would it take to balance this? What would it take to make these two lines? By the way, the blue line is expenditures and the red line is revenues, so you clearly see that there's a gap as we move to the out years. What would it take to reverse this to where revenues are greater than expenditures, or at least in line with expenditure, or at least in line with revenues. And so I've gone through a number of scenarios here, and I answered the question at its very basic level in scenario 1. What would have to happen for us to have revenues that were equal to or greater than expenditures? If we take the fiscal year 17 budget and we do nothing on the operating side, there are no adjustments for operating costs other than regional detention facilities. There are no compensation adjustments for the county or schools. In this model, we do continue the policy of transfers to capital projects. And on the capital project side, we do only those things that we can fund with cash. We finish the projects that are already in progress. We provide for replacement fire and rescue equipment. And we do only on the transportation side, we provide only the local match for revenue sharing projects for which we've already received revenue sharing approval. We do all schools capital projects. And in this scenario, based on the CIP and the projects that I just talked about, the transfer of the decal revenue from the general fund to the transportation fund is reinstated in fiscal year 19 instead of in fiscal year 18. And the set-asides, which is about $500,000 to $600,000, those remain in the general fund. This, I think, is the most drastic scenario, but it answers the question, what would have to happen in order for revenues to be greater than or equal to expenditures? This is likely not a sustainable scenario, as it is not likely at all that we would experience no cost increases, and it is not likely that there would be no salary adjustments on either the school side or the county side. And I probably shouldn't say side.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
You just went through a lot of things for the scenario 1.
Yes.
And to be honest with you, I'm sitting here and you went through quite a few things, but did you provide us with a list of what have to be done on the scenario 1?
No, but I can give
Okay.
you my notes to this presentation, and that provides you that.
Well, my whole point here is that we're trying to follow you through it. And then I've looked on the rest of the slides, and I see no notes as far as what you think is going to be up. So it's very difficult to follow right now without
Okay.
being able to look back and say, okay, she said this, this, and this. And to be honest with you, I didn't write it. So I'm just wondering how well this is going to help us. I mean, at this point, you can give the rest of the presentation, but I don't understand. I can't comprehend it right now without seeing something I can go back and look at. And if I've missed something, please let me, board members. I mean, I want to know what you're doing, and I want to see the facts that you did. So I'm not sure if we want to go back and hold this off, and let's get us some information that as you go through it, we can actually look at what you're doing and what you said, because I'm sure the other scenarios are going to have the different things on this one.
Yeah, Mr. Skinner, I agree with you. I think if maybe you just send us out the notes and we can match them up with the slides, it'd be a lot easier to follow up with, and then we can determine whether or not we want you to come back and present it.
Okay.
Is there any objection to that? Mr. Yakubowski?
There's no objection, but I do have a question, if that's okay. The question is, with the new revenues that are coming in at an equalized rate over the next several years, the main drivers behind the expenditures over that same period of time are, you're thinking that they are, is it debt service? Is it our funds that we have set up that we take right off the top and put into the bank?
Not so much the last one. It's the debt service. It's the assumption of growth in costs of just basic services, the operating costs, and it's the compensation adjustments that are included for the schools and the county.
And I think what my question then is that how much of that is cuttable? Because you obviously can't have expenditures outpacing revenue. So either revenue increases or expenditures decrease. So if we have expenditures that are kind of non-negotiable when it comes to debt service, for example, you can't just take out a bond and stop paying on it eventually. So when you start on that, you got to complete it. And if that is a driver of what is happening here, is it, and I don't need an answer right here, but I'm wondering, is it Is it 10% of the new revenues? Is it 20? Is it 50 of, the debt service that is driving? So what percentage of the expenditures that we're looking at in the future are something that we can deal with, and how many of them are things that we really can't do anything with? Not from a policy decision, but just from a manageable decision that you just can't stop paying on debt service, for example. Or open a fire station, for example. You can't build it and then not staff it. Those type of things that we are looking at in the future that if we do want to cut, those things are off the table. So we're going to have to look at other areas or increase revenue.
Right,
So.
right. And in these scenarios, on the expense side, the debt service was based upon what's in the CIP. And obviously, we assumed on the expense side, once you borrow the money, you're going to pay the debt service.
Yes.
All right, Bonnie, that'd be good if you could just come back with just send us the sheet, those information on it. That would help us a lot. Mr. Skinner?
I've got a couple questions, please, to go back to what you've already presented. On the animal shelter, is there any what we're doing financially with the animal shelter, is there any effect on the time, on our schedule? Because I know that we were, that we are under obligation. If not, we're going to be fined and there's penalties to be paid. So is that affecting this in any way, Ed? I think you're answering this question.
Actually, Mr. Skinner, the revised project as presented tonight will be rehabilitation and repair, which will take less time than if we were going to do the full project, which would be to put an addition on and do additional rehabilitation and repair. The rehabilitation and repair is in response to the state inspections and what was pointed out in the state inspections as being deficient in the current animal shelter.
So is the question then going back to that, I'm sorry to get off this, but are we're not adding to the current animal hospital?
No.
Because I thought it was a case that we didn't have the room to provide the proper care for the animals or the space, both the cats and the and dogs.
The space was not one of the issues that was pointed out in the state inspections. The deficiencies, as pointed out in the state inspections, had to do with the walls and the floor and the necessity of repairing the floors and the walls.
I guess one of the questions, and step any board member, when did we ever hear that we have decided to go this way rather than with a new animal shelter? Or is this a temporary fix? Are we still planning to do an animal shelter?
The proposed budget, as it is now, would reduce the capital expenditure for the animal shelter currently, which is projected to be at $3.5 million to $400,000 for the necessary repairs to meet the state requirements.
So we've decided that we don't need a new animal shelter if we do the rehabilitation of what we got?
No, sir, we're not. I'm not making we're not making that recommendation. One of the suggestions or recommendations is that in order to meet the budget scenario that we're looking at is to reduce that project and that borrowing from $3.5 million to $400,000.
Right, and to be clear, the proposed budget that was presented includes the $3.5 million project that both the expansion and the repairs to the animal shelter. The $400,000 alternative came forward in response to board questions about the necessity of and the justification for the capital projects on the general county side. And what the response was that the only thing that we could see or support removing from general county capital projects was $3 million on the animal shelter project, because the $400,000 would cover the issues of deficiency that were raised in the state inspection report, So that's the minimum that we're required to do. And that's the only adjustment to capital projects for the FY17 budget that we could recommend.
Mr. Spilo?
Yeah, so,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean, Greg, I got one more question for Bonnie, too. Bonnie, you mentioned that what you've done right now is you've worked with a 2% increase, right? And then a 2.5% increase after this, and is that growth? You talked about growth?
That's new construction growth.
New construction
yes.
growth, and we had 1.2% last year. Is that I guess what I'm trying to say is that realistic, even to go to 2.5 next year?
It may not be.
And so the purpose for doing that is to be, you said, non-conservative. Is that protecting us?
Honestly, it's hard to say what it's going to be.
Okay.
You know, it fluctuates. One year it'll be 1.7%. One year it'll be down to 1.2%. So it's honestly hard to gauge what that's going to be. But given the level of construction that we're seeing, given the plans that we're seeing, given the Lidl project, things are happening.
Okay.
So to flatline it at 1.2% probably isn't correct. Including it at 2.5 probably isn't correct either.
Okay, so maybe it's better to answer this. If you plan on a 2.5 and it only comes in at 1.8 or 2.0, how does that affect us?
Well, this is a plan, so this is not the budget.
Correct,
What's
but-
included in the budget is the 2%. If it comes in at, let's say, 0.5%, then that's going to be a major impact on our budget.
Right, okay. I guess that's, my point wasn't for you to use the crystal ball, because we don't have those. I understand that completely. It's just that I want to know, and I think every board member or citizens needs to understand that if we plan for 2.5 and we get 1.5 or we get 2.0, there is an impact to us that we have to adjust for.
Right.
And it's not a positive impact.
Right.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got. Thank you.
Mr. Spiel?
yeah, I'm going to try to catch up here. Just to be clear in my mind, we're only expending money for the animal shelter in this budget to do a patch. That's all we're doing, is a patch to our need to satisfy the state requirement. But we've got a constant growth going on in this county, whether it be 1% or 2% or whatever it is. And along with that growth comes increased animals and increased need for care and service and so forth. What concerns me is that we need a new animal shelter, but we're only going to have a patch to the existing shelter, and next year we're going to need a new animal shelter, and the year after that we're still going to need a new animal shelter because by that time the patches will all have worn out, and the state's going to come in and tell us we need to do something else. I guess what I'm trying to say is, you know, our budget doesn't have enough, and we don't have enough income, so what are we going to do about it? And I know that's what you're presenting to us. It just concerns me that we are overlooking basic needs for low taxes, and the people have got to come to the realization is that there are things that we need, things that we want, and then they cost money. And if we're only going to be looking at equalized rates, this is the wrong way to go. Enough said.
Mr. Petrovich, could you just maybe send out to the board a status of the animal shelter? Because it has changed. It was originally a $13 million shelter, then it seemed like it was reduced, but now it's, you know, you don't have to do it now, but potentially just send us out what is potentially proposed into the budget.
I will do that, Mr. McLaughlin.
Thanks. And then, Mr. Taylor, you said that there was $3 million in your budget, or it's not in the budget?
So the proposed budget included 1 penny of additional capital debt service for general county projects. Now, of that, the great majority are 7 public safety-related projects that relate to the mainly to the communications system, dispatch system. And the one project was not public safety related directly, but it's through the sheriff's department, is for the animal shelter. And that was included at $3.5 million. That number was arrived at. There were studies and discussion of a vision of up to a $20 million new animal shelter, but realistically, the $3.5 million minor expansion and correction of the state deficiencies was
Whatever the
included in
decision
budget.
ultimately is, if the $400,000 solutions is adequate, then there'll be $3 million coming out of the ultimate CIP.
Out of the CIP, so that's a couple of $100,000, $270,000
Right.
in reduced debt
And is
service
the
cost.
intent to borrow the $400,000?
No, sir.
We're going to pay cash that we have, correct?
All except for about $150,000 of it. We
Of the
would
four-
borrow $150,000.
Of the $400,000?
Yes.
We have $4 million sitting in a account, $10 million from last fall, $4 million we put in the reserve, $2 million in EDA, and then $4 million in a special reserve, which is available. I'm just saying that's available before we borrow money. I just make that comment right now. Any other questions on this? Mr. Skinner?
I just want to make the comment about the animal shelter. You know, we have not seen any estimates. All we've heard about from 20 million to 12 million, stuff like this. Now, you know, I will tell you right now that those two buildings across the street, the Justice Building and the Safety Building, I believe it's 60,000 square foot buildings, two of them, and we put them up for $30 million. And the economy has not changed that much. We have got to look at all the aspects of construction, whether it be a metal building that's insulated. A lot of companies are going that way. Size-wise, I've went out there and I've asked builders how much it's going to cost per square foot. I just see that we're looking way above what we could really get this built at. And personally, I would like to see some of these estimates of people coming back and what it's actually costing us, because I think we're very high on it. And I think instead of, you know, saying we can't do this, I think we should figure out a way that we can do it, but at a lower cost and provide the service we need to provide out there. And I think we can do it.
Mr. Skinner, with that, Mr. Petrovich, you can send us some information and potentially put this back on the agenda to talk about the animal shelter at another meeting.
I would love.
I'm just trying to keep us moving because
No, that's fine.
we've got some
That's
folks
fine.
waiting out here for the public hearings. Any other questions on this presentation? Okay. Thanks, Bonnie.
Bonnie, if we could shift to your last slide, we should highlight the calendar.
Right. The March 22nd work session is a joint meeting with the school board, followed by, on March 31st, a budget work session. No decisions are required of the board at either of those two meetings. On April 5th is the budget, tax rate, and CIP public hearing at Cortland High School. That begins at 6:30 p.m. On April 7th, that will be your last work session before the budget is to be adopted on April 12th. And on April 7th, we are looking for the board to give pretty firm guidelines, make decisions on what's going to be included in the fiscal year 17 budget, so that when we come back on the 12th, we're ready to have those numbers very, very close to finalized, if not finalized, so that you can adopt the budget that night.
Bonnie, thank you very much. We'll move on to the public hearing matters scheduled for 6:30 p.m. First is R15-0008, JFH Tidewater Market LLC, which is Gerald Properties in the Lee Hill District.
Floor computer, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a request to rezone approximately 1 acre from residential 2 to commercial 3 to allow for all of the commercial 3 permitted uses. This property is identified there with the star located on Tidewater Trail just south of the intersection with Benchmark Road. This property is unique. It has operated for the past 50 years as a convenience store known as the Tidewater Market. This was done as a legal non-conforming use. A convenience store could continue to operate on the site without the rezoning. However, the applicant has indicated that it's been difficult to market the property, and to allow other commercial uses is what's spurring the need for this rezoning. The C3 zoning district is, of course, the most intense of all the commercial districts. The applicant to date has not identified a specific user for the property. Before you this evening is a proffer statement that was just recently submitted by the applicant. The intent is to address some of the comments that were brought up during the Planning Commission meeting and in the staff report. The Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on this request on February 3rd and ultimately recommended denial based on concerns that the applicant had not appropriately addressed the pedestrian safety and welfare of the site. Staff has recommended denial of the application. However, I'll say that denial recommendation is tempered a bit now, considering the proffers that the applicant has just recently submitted. This request is for the most intense commercial zoning district. To date, the applicant had not provided improvements to bring the site into compliance with current county code requirements for new commercial site plans. Now, before you have a proffer where they are committing to an installation of sidewalk along the frontage and some landscaping. The site as a whole does not meet current county code requirements for commercial development. The proposal is not consistent with the comprehensive plan with regards to pedestrian connectivity, although now we have the sidewalk proffer, access management, nor is it consistent with the surrounding commercial development, which has built to current standards. Since the applicant intends to use the site as is, a site plan is not required. Therefore, the rezoning process is really the only opportunity to address these site conditions. Before you is a revised generalized development plan. This is not what was included in your packet. Again, this was just recently submitted, and it does show the sidewalk along the frontage and some landscaping, site landscaping. But this does show you the existing conditions of the property as well. There's 2 existing access points on Tidewater Trail and the existing 4,000 square foot building and parking area. While the applicant is not in redeveloping the site, they are already in the process of renovating the interior of the building, creating 2 separate leasable spaces of approximately 2,000 square feet each. As part of the review, staff identified several concerns related to the request. You know, this is, again, unusual. Typically, a rezoning comes before you and it's on vacant property, and to develop the property, they would need to have a site plan, and those site impacts and those county requirements would be addressed with the site plan. This won't require a site plan since the building and the parking and the site improvements are already existing. The first concern is related to access. As I mentioned, the site has 2 points of access on Tidewater Trail. This is not supported by VDOT nor the county comprehensive plan. Curb cuts should always be limited to the extent possible for safety. On that same note, county code requires that all commercial development provide interparcel connections. There are commercially zoned properties on either side of this, which could potentially limit future curb cuts onto Tidewater Trail. So we've requested that the interparcel access be provided. The second concern is related to residential property at the rear. Here at the rear of the property, there's a residentially zoned property being used residentially. The county code would require transitional screening typically to buffer these residential uses from the commercial units uses. To date, no screening has been provided. Another code requirement would be the installation of sidewalks along the frontage of the property. You'll see multiple segments are already constructed, which are highlighted there in yellow. There's also additional 300 feet of sidewalk further south off of this map, which was constructed as part of Hamilton Crossings development. There are a few gaps in the sidewalk network, and as those properties develop, they will be required to install their portion of the sidewalk. Again, since the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant has agreed to install sidewalk along the frontage within 12 months of the building's occupancy permit. And lastly, this is just more of a heads-up comment for the applicant moving forward. The Health Department did raise the concern that there was no permit on file for the existing septic system, so a complete evaluation would be needed. It may be that this existing system will not accommodate the commercial unit uses. This property is located within the primary development boundary, so it can connect to public utilities. There may be off-site easements that are needed, but they do have that opportunity to connect. That is the conclusion of my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions. The applicant is here to answer questions as well.
Mr. Skinner?
Thank you. Could you go back to the slide? Keep going back. That's pretty good right there. Okay, a couple things I want to bring out to the, I have no idea how this became commercial in a residential area, but it goes back many, many years. Tidewater Trails, I think we think of that, that's been there close to 40 years. It really has. So, and what we're doing, if you take a look at the slide and to the left of it or to the top of your screen, you have a pest control agency right there. And then the rest of these two are old buildings. This is at the corner of the, I believe that's CVS right there in the corner, is opposite of CVS is that old tire, if anybody's been down there. That's a tire place, yes, where she's hitting right now. And I'm not sure what that is, but those are old buildings. So what we've asked for is a couple things. Number one, we do need, you know, since we required sidewalks here, they are going to put a sidewalk in there. And it says what he did do, and I'm going over this so that if I get it wrong, please do this. That sidewalk will be done within a year of the occupancy permit given to him. Okay. The other thing, if you take a look down there, this building really never did anything great for us. So even though it's my understanding that they're paving the driveway, they're putting in the landscaping requested, they're putting in the sidewalks. If any part of this building is modified, all right, then they have to go through the your general development plan, GDP, and submit site. Is that correct?
There's greater than 2,500 square feet of disturbance. They would be required to have a site plan.
Okay, then they would go back through, and that would almost initiate all the VDOT requirements and stuff of this nature. Now, the other thing is that this has had always two entrances in that building for the market. Talking to the applicant, I know that they may want to split that building up into one, possibly a restaurant, a small restaurant on the right and something else on the left. And both my planning commissioner and I went out there and looked at it, and we think that that's not a bad idea to have two entrances right now, one for the job on the right and one for the one on the left. And if we ever develop it, or they ever develop it any larger, it would do that way. Right now, there is no sidewalk here required, and the question is, yes, they would be required once this is sold and something's put there. We would put the sidewalk. The sidewalk will be there in case that ever happens. I would say that one of the difficulties that the Planning Commission had was because they really didn't want to put the sidewalk in right now because there was sidewalk to nowhere, okay? But we have talked to them, and they have said that we would put it in within a year after receiving the occupancy permit. And we've got trees going in there. We do have low shrubs so that people, One reason we don't want to put high shrubs is because people can hide behind it in the evenings for break-ins and stuff of that nature. So we think what we've asked for from them, they've been cooperative. As far as the buffering you mentioned, in the back of the property, you can see where those homes are. Those are trees there. What type of buffering do we really require? Because in many of places over in Lee's Hill, we've had buffering of only 50 feet or 25 feet. So,
Those trees just aren't on their property. It's on the adjacent
but there is a buffer
property.
there. Right. Okay. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention on this, and we'll let the applicant take its time, I guess.
Any other, Mr. Trampy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do the proffers state that a future owner or future use would be using the same building, or that can they build any size building on the site?
If there was any redevelopment to the site, they would be required to
Okay.
go through that site plan process.
In the C3 zoning, the use that it has now, the convenience store, how does that compare to other uses as far as traffic volume and the other things we look at?
Well, in the C3, there's going to be other uses permitted that would be higher traffic generators.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments? Mr. Benton?
Yep. Now, besides these proffers, I mean, with these proffers just given, what do they lack as far as you're concerned with the?
The items that haven't been addressed would be the access on Tidewater Market, the interparcel connection to the adjacent commercial property there to the south, and then the transitional screening to the residential properties there to the rear.
And these are all requirements of our comprehensive plan, or?
They would be requirements for a property coming through, a commercial property coming through the site plan process. And so staff has raised it as a concern, since this is a unique situation that has the building there, it has the parking there, they don't need to come through the site plan process. However, they are requesting the C3 zoning to allow any permitted use in the C3 district. And so we're just pointing it out that the rezoning process is really the only opportunity for the county to address those site conditions, since they don't have to go through the site plan process. But any other commercial development that would need to come in on vacant property or that would be redeveloping their site, they would be required to do so because they're going to be required to have a site plan.
And have we given variances for others that have not had to go through this process to maybe not have the dual access instead of the limited access and stuff like? Have we done that for others, or?
This one has really been a very unique case.
Okay.
Mr. Sabula?
Yes, the chart that you had up there showing the site plan, the one you had with the sidewalks on it, could you?
This one?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when I look at the dual entrances and the siting of that building, I just can't visualize how there would be a need to have an interparcel connection under any circumstances here. It just doesn't seem to be feasible.
It's this property here,
Yes.
the south. That's a commercially zoned property. It's its own parcel. It's actually currently owned by the Lighthouse Academy now, but it's its own parcel. It could potentially be sold and developed, and so that's what the code requires, is that you would provide these interparcel connections to adjacent commercially
No,
zoned
no,
properties.
I understand that. So it looked to me where the D in the DeWitt Drive is, that would be the only interparcel connection that would be viable there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I understand the difficulty. Yeah, this is something we hadn't been at least under my term. So I just want to make sure we're not putting an over restriction on something that's been in existence for a long time, and practical connection is not practical.
Any other comments? So last one. So at the end of the day, this is already an existing commercial building, and this proposal makes it better for the county in the long run, correct?
This building could continue to operate as a convenience store, but a convenience store only.
Okay. But the proposed, so, you know, the proposal that's being brought forward would actually make it better in the long run for all of us. I mean, for the county is.
It's currently taxed as a commercial property.
Right. So they're adding more capability with repaving. It's making it a nicer facility potentially. Okay. All right. Mr. Skinner?
You know, one of the things you say it's a convenience store, but you've got to take a look right down the road. There's a Food Lion, a pretty big Food Lion right down the road. So what it used to be used for before the Food Lion was here was right. Now that the Food Lion's there, the business just isn't there right now. And so therefore, I agree with what Mr. McLaughlin's saying is in the future. First of all, just by them paving it, putting the landscape up, redoing the building, working into, there is a capability of us getting more projects because there's equipment that's going to go in that room. If it's a restaurant on one side, something on the other side. So, you know, as you say, this is peculiar. We haven't had this before. And these are one of the things we just learn as we go and everything. But I will tell you, as far as my perspective of it, this is going to look a lot better than it did as a convenience store because it was a sore site. All right. I think they've cooperated with us, looking good, and at the time that they want to develop something bigger there, that's when it's going to throw them into the full regime that they have to deal with VDOT, we have to deal with the general development plan, the site plans, all that stuff. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thanks.
Mr. Taylor, I think applicant's opportunity.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Smith. I'm with Gerald Properties, and to the right over here is Mr. Jay Gerald, coming here to represent Gerald Properties for the rezoning for the old Tidewater Market. Next slide. As you can see, there's the aerial that you've already seen before. It's in Mr. Skinner's district as well as Mary Lee Carter, location just off of Route 2 and just off of Benchmark Road. It's approximately 4,045 square foot building. The current zoning and use is R2 residential with a convenience store of it's grandfathered, and our proposed zoning is C3. Next one. There's a zoning map in front of you. As you can see, it's surrounded by C1, C2, and C3 on adjacent and also across the street. And so why C3? If we don't get a rezone, what is left with the Route 2 corridor, what's left for the county and for our property as well? R2, I think we could agree, is a hindrance for there, should not be residential. And as a result of the current zoning, previous owners have had many issues utilizing the property. Rezoning it from R2 to C3 will not create a burden for the county. In fact, we think it would enhance the economic development value and potential along Route 2. We don't have any specific user in mind, but as Mr. Skinner discussed, we do have prospects available. Next slide, please. We've had prospects, barbecue restaurant, nail and hair salon, microbrewery, which has since relocated to the city of Fredericksburg because we weren't properly zoned at the time. Used car dealerships, coffee shop, indoor fireworks store, thrift shop, paint shop, convenience store, which they were very interested but backed up due to the proximity of 7-Eleven, Food Lion, and CVS. Latin Market, sports retail, which is a confidential prospect, and a bakery and cafe. Next slide, please. What's positive that we've done already? We continue to repair, improve, and renovate the building and parking lot. We put a brand new roof on there and remove the entire interior. Almost looks like a cold dark shell, so we can do a turnkey for any potential tenants. New masonry and storefront. We will be putting some stucco on the front as well, where we replace the awning, and we will paint the exterior coming up very soon. We've already received quotes for a parking lot, looking into getting off of septic and going on county sewer, and currently marketing the building as an ideal retail or office user, and already paid for the rezoning and created a GDP. Next slide, please. As you can see, May 1st, 2015, it is an eyesore, and it was an eyesore for the county. Next slide, please. Exterior improvements, what you already have, this was just recently. As you can see, we've taken off the awning. We've improved the masonry already, created 2 entrances as opposed to 1. And as you can see, there are a ton of trees in the background, which does create a very significant buffer for the residential units. Next slide. When we took it over, again, it was an interior mess. The roof was depleted. Water was everywhere. And so we felt it was necessary to go ahead and rip everything out and just start new. Next slide, please. And as you can see, the interior improvements. Again, it looks almost similar to flex warehouse space or cold dark shell, so we can retrofit it for any tenant or tenants that do want to move in there. Next slide, please. And this is what we expect to be the finished exterior rendering. Again, very nice looking storefront. Again, it will be retail or office use, and then again to the side, updated painting and double doors through the side. Next slide, please. Why did we not agree to staff proffers at the time? And over the past 50 years, this store has functioned with no issues that the county is requesting that we proffer, and rezoning would not change the following. The entrances, as has already been discussed, although the entrances may not meet current standards, they have not caused any problems in the past. In fact, we see it as a plus in having 2 entrances. Lighting, the property has had exterior lighting for many, many years. Interparcel connection, there has not been a need for an interparcel connection before. Stormwater management, a rezoning will simply not change the property's stormwater runoff. And sewage disposal, county said there's no such record, but there's been a convenience store there for over 50 years, so obviously there must be some sort of operating sewage system. Next slide, please. When we met with Mr. Skinner and also another planning commissioner and staff, they just let us know the importance of sidewalk and some shrubbery and some trees. And so after communication with them, and we decided to go ahead and proffer in screening and sidewalks. So after the meeting, we went ahead and we're going to install 2 trees with shrubs within 30 days after receiving an occupancy permit, and will install a sidewalk within 12 months of receiving occupancy permit. Next slide, please. You have the proffer statement ahead of you. It basically explains exactly what I just said. Next slide, please. And here's our GDP. It's the location of the trees, as you can see, in dark green, and the shrubs in light green, and then the sidewalk, as you can see, in front, and that is in red. Next slide, please. And in closing, we fully agree and acknowledge that if and when our site requires site plan approval and this is for an improvement that involves more than 2,500 square feet of land disturbance, we will seek to obtain site plan approval. By doing this action, it requires that we meet many of the recommendations set forth in the comment letter by the county, minus the screening and sidewalks, which we have already agreed to do. However, until a change in the site occurs, we believe that a rezoning does not merit change at this time. And I'll open the floor for any questions or comments that anybody has.
Any board comments? Seeing none, let's open the public hearing. Is anyone signed up to speak?
No, sir.
Is anybody in the audience like to speak that hasn't signed up? Please come forward. Just state your name and your district.
Mary Lou Collier, Mr. Skinner's district. High water marker is down in my alley. I'm grateful that they're renovating it and sprucing it up, but it was an eyesore, and also it was an area where people used to hang out, the kids, for booze and for lottery tickets was the main purchases. I'm hoping to see something productive instead of something destructive for people to use and not abuse. There is a concern, not much area if you're coming out of that building to make a left turn. you got a traffic light not too far ahead, but I would hope that whatever comes in there will be something that will provide multiple jobs and be an asset to the local area for the people that live in that area, and not be a menace, something that wouldn't distract from the academy that's close by for children, and noise factor. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else like to speak? Okay, seeing none, the applicant has 5-minute rebuttal. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any board comments or motions?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, let me make things perfectly clear, too. You know, I have a lot of respect for our Planning Commission, and they've done a lot of good things, and I believe that, you know, sometimes we don't always follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission, but in this case, I understand that the real issues with the Planning Commission, I hope I've got this right, was number one was, I think they were really big on the sidewalks. And that's if we require some people put in sidewalks, we need to have everybody put in those sidewalks. And of course, the shrubberies and stuff of that nature, trees and everything of that nature. So, you know, that was my goal, was to meet what I thought was their major issues, so that, you know, if we do, and I will in a motion here shortly to approve this rezoning. So I just want the Planning Commission to know that, hey, I really appreciate what the hard work they do, taking in consideration what I thought, and I was told that their main issues were, we've got them solved, we've got them coming in. So I would make a recommendation for approval.
So we have a motion. Any comments from the board? Call the question.
Proffers. Yes, yeah, I'm sorry, that would include proffers too, that have been amended, the amended proffers. Thank you.
Motion passes 6-0 with Mr. Ross being absent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up is SUP 15-0007, Network Building and Consulting LLC, Telecommunications Tower at Hazelwild Farm, which is in the Cortland voting district.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Patrick White, Planning Department. I'll try to keep this brief. The case before you is SUP 15008, and I'm not seeing my network, so I'm just going to load it from a jump drive. Bear with me real fast. Thank you sincerely for your patience. The case 15-0007, Network Building and Consulting at the Hazelwild Educational Center. The request is for a special use approval for a 150-foot tall wireless telecommunication facility with a 5-foot tall lightning rod. It's proposed in a 75 by 75-foot equipment area. The tower and the equipment area are proposed on 2 tax parcels. I'm going to show you an aerial of those in just a moment. Access is provided through the southernmost tax parcel, but the tower itself is on the northernmost parcel. Both of them are owned by the Hazelwild Farm Educational Foundation. In summary, the proposal is going to increase telecom coverage by the Verizon Corporation and 3 future co-locators when they locate on the tower. The tower is well sited in the middle of a large property. The tower may still be visible from nearby residential structures, although they are over 1,000 feet away. The State Historic Preservation Officer opined that no adverse direct nor visual impact is expected on any historic property. The proposal meets the standards of the comprehensive plan and has been recommended for approval by the Television and Telecommunication Commission and the Planning Commission, and lastly by our county independent consultant. Here are those 2 properties. You'll see Harrison Road to the south and Interstate 95 running along the east. The properties are, the northernmost larger property is over 227 acres, and the southernmost property here in the corner is approximately 80 acres. They're both zoned R1, as are all immediately surrounding properties. The larger of the two has a mixed-use future land use designation, the smaller an open space future land use designation. As I mentioned previously, they're over 1,000 feet from any nearby residential structure, 900 feet from Interstate 95, and over 2,000 feet from Harrison Road. GDP does include a 155-foot fall zone. Access to the tower is going to be provided through an existing driveway with a 20-foot access easement. A 100-foot tree save area is proposed with additional plantings to fill in this area. The applicants proposed evergreens but didn't specify planting type or height. I do have a condition to address that I'll reach in a moment. The enclosure itself, as I mentioned, was 75 feet by 75 feet. It'll be enclosed with a 7-foot tall fence, topped with 1 foot of barbed wire for security purposes. Verizon will be the first to locate. There's room for 3 additional co-locators. This is a propagation map without the proposed tower of the Verizon network's coverage. This is provided by the applicant. This map shows you without the service, and this with the service. I believe the applicant will speak to these a little bit further in their presentation. Staff did attend a community meeting on this communication tower in April. The concerns were typically related to radio frequency radiation. I did receive 1 letter of objection that is included in your board packet. My staff report contains the recommended conditions, but they are on the screen before you if you'd like to review them, and I'd be glad to read them out loud. Otherwise, I'll proceed through them at a slow pace. The Planning Commission did make special note of a long-eared bat and some concerns therewith. You'll note condition 4 addresses those. The NEPA documentation brought up some concerns with potential findings. Condition 6 is set to address those. And as I mentioned, the landscaping condition is modified by condition 5. I'll stand by for any questions. I know the applicant has a presentation, and thank you for your time.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, the applicant has 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Timothy Dwyer from Network Building and Consulting. We're a direct agent for Verizon Wireless. I also have with me Michael Fisher from Millennium Engineering. He's a RF consultant that Verizon hires independent. Next slide. Again, what we're proposing is a 150-foot monopole with a 5-foot extension rod. I don't want to repeat too much what Patrick did. He did a nice presentation. Again, 75 by 75 fence compound. Basically, there'll be additional space for 3 other carriers on this pole, most likely structurally, and based on the height and the height of the trees around it. Next slide. There's the view of the compound again. Again, we're open to any recommendations on landscaping. Next slide. Again, I want to give you an idea of how far set back this is. It's over about 2,200 feet from the Harrison Road area, about 900 feet from 95, and a good distance from any residential property to the north as well as to the west. A lot of those trees buffer it, so the aesthetic impact really doesn't affect any of the residences in the surrounding area. However, this will enable Verizon and other carriers that co-locate on this to service those areas. Right now, there's a pretty big gap in coverage for Verizon, and I'm assuming other carriers like T-Mobile, Sprint, and AT&T. So this will enable them to co-locate, fill that gap in the residential areas to the north, residential areas to the west, as well as the 95 corridor. Again, this is an area where there's not a lot of tall buildings, not a lot of commercial space until you get to the mall well to the north. So this was an ideal site from my perspective based on its location and aesthetic impact. Next slide. Again, that's just a little location on the map that you can see from our, and where we took pictures from. The next few, I'm going to show you our photo simulations from the balloon tests we held. Next slide. That is pretty much the main view from Harrison Road. That's our access that's existing. If you look far in the distance, that's our site. It's very difficult to see from the road. You'd actually have to be looking for it. Next slide. That's on the property itself, just to the east, I believe, but probably just inside the 95 corridor. That's a good view, but again, that's on the property itself. That gives you a good representation of what this will look like once it's finished. Next slide. This is a view, I believe, I can't read that slide. What is that?
For the record, this one says a view from the east from Kingswood Boulevard and Monarch Court.
There you go, Kingswood Boulevard. Again, you cannot see the tower based on the tree coverage and based on where it is elevation-wise. Next slide. What street is that on, Patrick?
This slide reads Glen Eagles Drive and Hazel Court, view from the north.
Again, no view from the north. Next slide. I'm going to have my RF consultant come up and quickly speak to the need for coverage and any RF radio frequency questions you might have for him. Now would be a good time to ask once he gives his quick presentation.
Good evening. Again, my name is Michael Fisher, F-I-S-C-H-E-R. I'm employed with the firm Millennium Engineering, PC, located in Malvern, Pennsylvania. As Mr. Dwyer mentioned, our proposed site sits amongst several existing surrounding Verizon Wireless sites. It sits in the middle of around 4 or 5 sites. If you refer to the propagation exhibit, that was created with Verizon's proprietary software tool to basically simulate the coverage in the area. You may have seen these with other applications. There's 3 colors depicted on the plots, blue, green, and red. They're basically representing received signal levels. As you move away from a site, the signal degrades. So the blue coverage would show the highest received signal level closest to the site. As you move away, green, then red, in that order. You can go to the next slide. So as you can see, with the new site, with the proposed facility in place, we would provide additional coverage to the surrounding residential neighborhoods, which currently experience unreliable coverage. There's also a gap along I-95, which currently has a gap of unreliable coverage. Another note, these plots are representing, you've probably heard before, 4G LTE, which is the latest technology that Verizon is employing. Currently, the majority of Verizon's voice traffic on their network is on the older 3G CDMA technology. Now, more and more phone calls are, as people upgrade their phones, are being transitioned to the new 4G technology. So those gaps you're seeing on the previous plot, those areas do not currently have reliable 4G coverage. So as more voice calls are transitioned to the 4G data network, those people could experience some issues making voice calls. I guess one other note I should mention, one resident had mentioned that there was concerns about exposure from the antennas. The facility will be in strict compliance with the standards set forth by the FCC with regard to human exposure to electromagnetic fields. So anywhere at ground level, the FCC allows you to be up to 100% of their limit that they've applied. The exposure from this facility would be below 1%. I can take any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the board? I don't see any. So I'll open the public hearing. Amy, has anybody signed up to speak?
No, sir.
Would anybody like to speak that has not signed up? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. The applicant has 5 minutes if you'd like. Okay. Seeing none, any board comments?
I'd like to, I'm sorry, I walked in late, but I do want to ask just one quick question. I understand that you're going to build the tower, And then, as he mentioned, Verizon and stuff like that, do they rent space from you on that tower?
Yeah, so I work directly for Verizon Wireless. This application is Verizon Wireless care of network building consulting. We're just an agent for Verizon. So Verizon, once we get through this process, once we get through the site plan and the building permit, in most situations, what they do is they'll give it to a Milestone or a Crown to build the site, or we could build a site. It really just depends. And once they build it, they rent space to other carriers. So if Verizon builds a site, then they would have co-location opportunities at reasonable rent rates to other carriers. It's pretty much standard business practice.
A question I have is, over in the Leeds Hill District, you had off of Cosner Drive, I believe it is, right across from Leeds Hill South entrance.
Okay.
You have a site over there that we approved probably about 4 years ago, that you have a tower that you're going to build over there. The question is, how does this correlate with the new tower you're asking to build over on this site in Cortland area?
I'm not involved in that site at all, that new build site. Do you know exactly where that site is?
Yeah, it's on Route 17. If you take a look at the Leeds Hill South entrance off
Okay.
of 17, it's probably once you cross 95 about, the hospital. It's just down from the hospital about a quarter mile. There's Cosner Drive, and it goes in, and it's on your left side. And we did that about 4 to 5 years ago. We approved that tower.
Okay.
And that was for the same thing, I believe, for communications.
Okay.
So,
I may want
I-
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
Well, no, I'm just wondering is, we get one tower approved now you're asking for another tower, and what I looked on, when I saw the red map, the blue, red, and green and everything, how would that tower change that map if that was up?
Let me have the RF expert answer that question. If you could point it out.
Sure. I'd say it's right in this area. It's no more than, it's really no more than, I would say, once you cross 95, maybe a mile down the road at the very max, not even that, 3/4 of a mile. And we put that up, and we haven't seen the tower go up yet.
Okay.
And I know that when they asked us for that, that was for purpose of, Jane's not here right now, I don't think, is she? Because she probably could help us with that too, because she was involved
Yeah,
in
I mean, the
that.
location you referenced is pretty close to an existing site. I'm not familiar with the site you're talking about, but
There's no tower there, I promise you
yeah,
that.
I mean, if
We
it
go
was,
by it every day.
I
and-
can't imagine why Verizon would be building a site that close to an existing site. That wouldn't.
Well, when they asked for it, there was a need for it there, for either a relay,
You said it was 3 or 4 years ago.
about 3 or 4, at least 4 years ago. What?
And it was Verizon Wireless that came in here specifically to ask for that site?
4 years ago, I don't know if it was
Yeah, that-
wireless or Verizon, but it was Verizon.
I don't want to speak to other applications because I'm unfamiliar with that application, but just being in the business, I'll tell you what happens a lot of times. And I doubt Verizon Wireless did that application. It probably was an independent tower owner. But a lot of times, a lease may fall through where they can't do it anymore or something happens. There's a lot of moving parts in this. And in the case that's in front of you now that I can speak to, there's already a lease in place. This is ready to be built now, and it fills a gap in coverage that's needed specifically for Verizon, and we're hoping for other carriers. The site that you're talking about now is so close to a Fredericksburg site that Verizon's currently on, that it would actually interfere with the site that's there. And you can't put sites too close together, or the antennas just interfere and everything goes haywire. So this site's an opportunity for Verizon, and I'll speak specifically to Verizon, because that's the propagations map that you saw. It fills a gap for the LTE. It fills a gap in a residential area to the north and to 95.
Gentleman saying that it's south, that site you're referencing would be south of the Fredericksburg site? I mean,
Leon, obviously, you know where I'm talking
He
about.
said by the hospital, he said that was
So,
falling off the
on
map.
that, you can probably describe that better on that map than I could?
Yeah, I mean, if it's off this map, I mean, even if it was near this Fredericksburg site, like, hypothetically, we wouldn't do this, but if they put a new site here, it still wouldn't fulfill the coverage gap we're looking to fulfill with the proposed site for this application. So, I mean, I'm not familiar with the site you're referring to, but even if hypothetically you put another site, you know, over here between Fredericksburg and Harris Mills sites, it still wouldn't provide the coverage we're looking to provide with this application.
So are you strictly dealing with wireless on this tower?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, once the tower is built, Verizon will be the anchor tenant, and then other carriers, they have the opportunity, as well as Spotsylvania County, with any emergency services, you know, to work with Jane. That's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for anything to co-locate on this tower. But specifically now, we're here for 12 antennas on the top of the tower for Verizon Wireless. And that's really all I can speak to in terms of coverage, because they have a certain coverage objective that they ask us to fulfill, and that's what this site does. And I think it does it pretty well.
Do you have any relationship to the customer services Verizon?
Not as good as you would think.
Well, and that's one of my points, too. I mean, be honest, over the years,
Yeah.
ever since we've done this for Verizon, personally, the customer service has gone downhill.
Okay.
Okay, I think your IT department is fantastic. They won't hang up the phone until you got the things right for FiOS and stuff of that nature. But, you know, I've got to be honest with you. I thought we were working as a partnership here, and every time I've gone to Verizon, I'll be honest with you, I'm just disappointed in the service that I got, and when I try to work things out, I just don't feel that it's really good, and sometimes it's hard for me to support a company that is gaining it but doesn't show it to its customer service, and I've heard that from a lot of my constituents too.
Are you speaking specifically to Verizon Wireless or Verizon?
Verizon Wireless.
Okay. I mean, listen, I can't speak to their customer service, but what I can speak to is I work in the cell phone industry, and we work with other carriers as well as Verizon Wireless. And what I see is Verizon continue to provide better infrastructure, whereas companies like Sprint, T-Mobile work with the existing infrastructure. So in terms of customer service, Verizon does make an effort to continue giving you a better and better product. And that's why we're here tonight. I mean, they have to spend money on this site, spend a lot of money to build it and the infrastructure to keep people happy with their cell service. I cannot speak to their customer service, and I don't work directly for them. So I feel your pain, I really do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments from the board? Mr. Benton?
No disrespect to you or anything like
That's
that.
okay.
And a service plug to you. I have Verizon Wireless, and in that area, I've never had any lack of service. But if you want to take a ride to the Livingston area, I'll show you some bad spots. If y'all would like to put a tower up there.
Yeah, and and what I would say is I think on Verizon's website, they have a place where there's, I think, a customer complaint forum. And I'll be honest with you, the RF engineers that work for Verizon, that's how they find out where they have bad service. That's very helpful for them. So the more people in a community that complain, the more likely they are to look out there and say, we need a tower in Livingston, or we need a tower here. I know we were here in front of this board with CWS recently for the Chancellorsville North side, I think, over at the Sawmill, which was a big problem area too. It was pretty objected as well by neighbors, but that was a site that I think was created because of customer complaints. So I would say, if you want to benefit from that, continue to complain online and have your neighbors do, and they'll see that. Thank you.
Stand by.
Any other further comments? Seeing none, is there a motion? Cortland?
Cortland isn't here. I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Any comments? Seeing none, call the question.
Motion passes 5-1 with Mr. Skinner voting no and Mr. Ross being absent.
Mr. Chairman, next up is SUP 15-0008, Nut Tree Enterprises Kennel in the Livingston voting district.
Thank you. Again, good evening. For the record, Patrick White, Planning Department. The next case before you, SUP 150008, is for the Nut Tree Kennel. It's located within the Livingston Voting District at 11712 Post Oak Road. In summary, the request is for a special use approval of a kennel in an A3 or Agricultural 3 zoning district. It's proposed on a 28.9 acre parcel addressed at 11712 Post Oak Road. Access is provided with an existing driveway. It was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission on 2/17. The staff was not able to find a previous certificate of use for an existing boarding operation there. I did, however, find aerial photography of this kennel structure dating back to 1994. The existing structure is being proposed to be upgraded with new equipment, including heating and noise management. The applicants of this case own and live in a single-family home located on the same property very close to that existing kennel. The applicants included in their narrative that they would limit the site to no more than 50 dogs and 20 cats at any one time. That being said, staff is aware that it's logical, kennels do create noise. I did speak with the Animal Control Department, and they noted that they reserve the right to inspect during business hours and require posting of remedies in accordance with the state code referenced there. So to kind of give you a concept of where this is, it's about a quarter-mile west of the intersection of Post Oak Road and Lane's Corner. Margot Road is about a mile to the east from the subject site. Subject site is shown with this red dot right here. As you can see, it's quite large. The property is zoned A3 or Agricultural 3 with a future land use designation of rural residential. Here is an aerial of the subject property. And you'll note the kennel is this structure towards the back here and the house further toward, closer towards the road. There's also 2 sheds, a barn, and a carport. The general development plan shows an existing 3,700 square foot kennel, an existing 1,960 foot single-family home. Again, those sheds, barn, carport, existing well and drain field, proposed driveway, and 8 new parking spaces. Previously mentioned the limitation on cats and dogs. I attended a community meeting in October for this subject case. There were 3 attendees, one of which was there in support of the project, 2 of which had concerns over noise, and I believe they left satisfied after hearing the applicant's management technique. The applicant also noted in their narrative that a strict good neighbor policy will be maintained. Staff has attempted to place some conditions to reinforce that. The applicant noted that waste will be bagged and disposed of at a nearby landfill. Staff has 5 recommended conditions with 1 change. The condition 1, which is standard for special use cases, binds a GDP to the resolution basically binds the project to a GDP. And in this instance, that GDP depicts a 30-foot right-of-way dedication that staff does not opine should be a condition of the special use application. The other conditions include that group outdoor recreation of animals shouldn't occur outside of 7 to 7. Then we placed, or we recommend placing a limitation on their sign that they will be seeking. Additionally, another concern related to dark sky lighting, and lastly, a condition on the maximum amount of dogs and cats. I'll stand by for questions. I know the applicants have a few things to say. I would ask, Nikki, did we get that letter to the board? He's not here. I submitted a email that I had received, which had some supporters of the Spotsy Dog Patch Kennel. I have paper copies. It includes the name of 62 supporters that were obtained through Facebook. I will share that with you on request if you'd like to see it.
Any comments from the board? Mr. Benton?
I've actually been out to see the property and met the owners. They're very accommodating. I will say there's buffers on 3 sides. Fencing and stuff is a buffer, and the house itself is a buffer for the frontage, road frontage. There's only one house that's somewhat nearby, kind of catty corner. As far as I know, there's been no complaints with that neighbor or any discussion whatsoever about any opposition to this endeavor. Like I say, they were very open to me, walked me through the entire property, the entire establishment, and they're trying to keep on with what the property was used for prior with the previous owners. So, and I liked it.
Any other comments? Well, the applicant has 10 minutes.
Thank you all. I appreciate you having the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Mark Denoyer, and along with my wife Jessica and our other partner Lynn Bailey, we are Nut Tree Enterprises. With speaking, there's generally 3 rules: to be brief, be brilliant, and be gone. I'm going to try for 2 out of the 3. That's all I've ever been able to get. Very quickly, I'd like to just, if I may, in support of this. I'd also like to take just a second. I believe we have 10 people here from the local community that, if you could just stand up for a second, I'll make you sit down again. There you go. That are here in support of this as well. As Mr. Patrick White has also said, there were 62 people on Facebook as well in support of this. I would like to also publicly acknowledge Mr. Greg Benton for coming out to the property and expressing interest and taking a full tour of the place. We really appreciate you coming out, sir. I'd also like to thank Mr. B. Leon Hughes and Mr. Patrick White for guiding us through this process. The previous use was a dog kennel. It was they bred German Shepherds. Every story has a good history, and the story of Nut Tree Kennel is similar to that. In the waning days of World War II, an Army Air Corps captain married a German war bride, and they brought back with them 3 German Shepherds. And from that, they bred champion German Shepherds on the property where we're located for now into 40 years. Well, we're not going to be doing any breeding, but we would like to continue with that level of service to the community and to provide a healthy, safe place for animals. As we talked about earlier tonight, there was a concern raised by the board about animal shelters. So our pets are part of our family, and we want our families to be cared for in a proper way. And we are here to provide that kind of service to the Livingston community. As Mr. Benton said, on 3 sides we have a buffer. There's a tree line on the east, the west, and then 28 acres behind us on the south. And then our own home is in between the kennel and the street. So we'll also be observing 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. At that time, we'll turn off the lights, and just like your kids, when the lights go out, the dogs go to bed. So we won't have any problems with any barking animals or anything like that. One thing to note, however, though, is that in the Livingston area, there is no ordinance concerning barking dogs. So even if that were to be a concern, I can assure you that we have that covered, and that the law falls squarely on our side as far as that goes as well. We hope that you would look favorably upon our application. We hope that we'll provide something meaningful to the area, and thank you.
Does the board have any comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Has anyone signed up to speak?
No, sir.
Nope. Seeing nobody signed up, has anybody in the audience that has not signed up like to speak? Sir, state your name and your voting district, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is John Nicely, and I'm in the Chancellor District. Like a lot of people my age, or kids have kind of grown up and they've kind of gone on and started to do their things in life, and to kind of fill that void where my wife and I are like a lot of people. You get a pet for that companionship at home, and we've done that. And you know, there's a great thing out there. Well, when our kids were little, you know, it was very important to us to look into the daycares that our kids were going to go to and make sure a couple of things, that it was safe for our kids, and that the people that were going to care for our kids were compassionate and passionate about the kids. Well, now, back then, we didn't have internet like we've got now. A great thing is now we've got this web where you can go and you can look at things and find out who the applicants are, and then from there you can go to Facebook. And if you go to Facebook, my Facebook page, you're going to see a lot about baseball, you're going to see a lot about politics, and you're going to see a lot about religion, because those are things I'm passionate about. Was able to go to the Facebook page of some of the applicants that you have applying here today, and saw a lot of Facebook posts about them and their pets and their everyday life, and posts about pets that were, you know, lost in need. I mean, you could see that they were passionate about it and felt that it would be a place that our dogs would feel safe at, or be safe at if we went on vacation. And because of that, I would strongly recommend or strongly request that you guys would approve this, and there is a need for it for us that do have pets. So I just ask for your approval on that. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak? Sir?
My name is Phil Aycock, and I am in the Chancellor District. I've known Lynn Bailey, my wife and I, since early 2014. We moved to the Spotsylvania area in the summer of 2013. When we first met her, we currently have a male boxer and a female American Bulldog, 75 and 85 pound dogs. And so we took them to a former kennel that Lynn worked at. And having dogs my whole entire life, they're part of my family. My sons are grown and kind of on their own now. But first impressions are lasting impressions. And with people that have animals, you know automatically the care and concern and love that they have for animals. So you put faith and trust in those people to take care of your animals as they're like your sons and daughters. And so we did that with Lynn. My male boxer had a problem. He used to eat pebbles. And so we took him out of the kennel he was at because he wasn't getting proper supervision by the owner of the kennel. And we took him to Furry Farms where Lynn worked at, and she took and trained him, and every time he would go around the perimeter or any time he was outside, he had a ball in his mouth. If he has a ball in his mouth, he can't eat pebbles. So he stopped that bad habit. But anyway, the significance of why I'm here is because Lynn has, she's reached out, and also if you're anything like Lynn, you're okay with me and my wife. But Lynn has come up with an idea and formulated a plan to do transportation for pickups. So for pets. And so one of the reasons I thought that was significant is where the Gordon commuter lot is, that was recently increased in size. So having that as a venue to where a person going to work can go to there and drop their pet off with Lynn in a vehicle with a cage or a kennel for the dog to take to the facility, I think is immensely a wonderful, great idea. Because that's one thing that that a person wouldn't have to do is go to the daycare first, drop the animal off, and then go into the commuting. That area is very significant, and a lot of things are, with that, there's a new grocery store, I think, that they're building on the corner across the street from where a 7-Eleven is on Chancellor and Route 3. That's another opportunity that's going to be great because you could be coming home from your commuting in the district or Northern Virginia. You could be coming home, run over to the grocery store, pick up some groceries, and then go and meet Lynn and pick up your dog and go home. So I think that's a great situation. And again, I would ask that the council, consider, this as a very viable solution for, again, animals. And also accommodation for persons that have to work and be gone from home for long periods of time.
Anybody else like to speak? Ma'am?
Hi, my name's Karen Pitts, and I live in the Piedmont Hills subdivision. I just wanted to say a few words specifically about Lynn. I've known her now for about 4 years, close to 4 years. I met her when she was a manager at a previous kennel in the county, and I stopped taking my dogs to the kennel in this area because soon after she left, because the quality of care and the standards that she had set for that facility, just, it wasn't the same. And so I realized she set the bar really high there, and then it took me about 3 months and 5 tours to find new places to take my dogs. And so currently what I do is I transport one dog once a week to Stafford County and give them my revenue for this kind of service. And then on vacations, I transport my dogs to King George County and give them my revenue for this service. And ever since she has told me that this is going to open, I have been waiting to bring my revenue dollars back to Spotsylvania County for this service. And I really hope that you guys approve this. I think just from the Facebook people, the supporters, you can see there's a clientele there that we're really waiting for another quality kennel for this area. So thank you.
Anybody else like to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Applicant has 5 minutes to rebut.
Just to dovetail onto one thing that was mentioned earlier, we purchased an animal control vehicle through Oklahoma City, and we are going to have doggy pickup and delivery, and we're very excited about that. You know, the good thing about animal control vehicles is kind of like a hearse. It never goes over 35 miles an hour, you know, never speeds. Well, these county vehicles, they've been maintained every 5,000 miles. They get new oil change, they get a tune-up. And so we're very excited that one of the things that we're going to be able to do is to offer pickup and delivery. So imagine that you're Joe Federal worker and you go to the commuter lot at Gordon Road. Well, you go out there in the morning and you see me waiting out there, smiling at 5, smiling, and I'm there to pick up Sparky. And Joe Federal worker gives Sparky to me, and I put Sparky in the animal control vehicle that's been customized, and away we go. And I bring Sparky over to Nut Tree Kennels. At the end of the day, now we get the VRE messages. So let's say, for instance, Joe Federal worker's train has for some reason malfunctioned. We can send a text to Joe Federal worker and say, don't worry about Sparky tonight. We've got him. We're going to give him food tonight. We're going to give him a place to stay. Don't worry, and we'll have him out there tomorrow night when you get off of work. Wow. Instead of a problem, we've brought a solution. Is that great or what? Anyways, we hope once again that you will look with favor upon this recommendation in our application. Thank you.
Any comments from the board? Mr. Skinner.
That's a unique doggy daycare center. I mean, I think it's sort of unique in the county, but I'd also ask you, you brought up the VRE. Could you have 2 places to pick up dogs, one at the VRE and also one at the...
It's in the works, sir. It's in the works.
You know, you've got a 1,500 car parking lot out there, and I would say right now you've got over 50% of it full every morning. And I mean, I think it's a great idea. I think it really is. And I just brought that up because you brought the VRE up, and it put in my mind that you've got a lot more customers there, too, that you could add to that, if not ending up with too many dogs. I don't know. But that's a great idea.
We're excited about that, and the opportunity to expand will come to fruition once we get the approval, obviously, sir. And after we've seen a little revenue, then we can purchase a second van and maybe a third, and who knows, we might end up having a second location. I'll be in front of you again in a year and a half, maybe 2 years.
That's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any additional comments? I feel like I should make the motion because everybody from Chancellor was supporting it, but...
I'd make a motion to approve.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, that would be without the right-of-way dedication that White mentioned, correct?
That would be with the revised conditions as presented. So your motion, you might consider a motion of recommending to approve with the conditions as presented in the PowerPoint presentation, or something along those lines, so that we can acknowledge that modified condition 1.
Can you restate that, Mr. Benton?
Okay, what he said.
All right. So call the question.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
That's the last one. We go to board comments.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Skinner. Mr. Benton? None. Mr. Trampy?
No report.
Mrs. Bueller?
No, sir.
Mr. Yakubowski?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I have two real quick. One, I would ask if staff would take a look at what Prince William has done with reducing the fees that are charged for concealed carry permits. There is a state mandate fee of $15, and I know Prince William did away with it. And so I would ask that staff take a look at that. We've already gotten some information about it and be able to present that to us in 2 weeks. And then the other item that was actually raised, and if we can discuss this as a board, maybe in 2 weeks also, would be dealing with schools and categorical funding, and seeing if that would be something that we would like to do away with or continue. So if we can have those put on the agenda for 2 weeks from now, I would sincerely appreciate it. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay. I got one comment actually called in from Mr. Gallagher. And this one goes back to, it was a proffer, Summerfield, I believe. The question was, they were supposed to build a barrier or a fence during the construction or whatever. And there's been a lot of complaints about the amount of construction, how late it's going during the night, or the day and the night, and a lot of dust and a lot of complaints. Could you look into that for us and find out, is there any restrictions or anything we can place on the developer on that issue? Because they were supposed to, if I remember right, they were proffering a wall or some type of a separation. Sure.
We actually did an inspection. John Houston did an inspection because we got some calls regarding the berm. They were supposed to build a berm adjacent to the Kingswood subdivision. So we're looking into that to make sure that is actually occurring, because there is some construction that is fairly close there. So we want to make sure that the construction crews understand what their obligation is.
Well, there's considerable amount of construction and homes already built. So the question was, the berm supposed to be built before the construction? And I guess the question is, if at a certain point, if they have not met their obligations, should they be stopped?
Well, I think it's a timing issue, just about that section that they're constructing in now, the homes, that's where the berm is going to go in. So now they're going to build that berm as a part of the construction for this section.
And, well, if you could check on that, because I know there's been a lot of complaints from some neighbors, or Mr. Gallagher particularly consolidating some of the complaints about, the dirt and noise and all that, and their houses are getting all, covered with construction debris. Thanks. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next will be closed session.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this will be your resolution to adjourn into closed meeting. Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn into closed meeting for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, specifically legal issues related to a contract for professional services. And whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn into closed meeting for discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the businesses or industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community, specifically a manufacturing and/or distribution facility, and whereas pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2, 3711A5 and 7, such discussions may occur in closed meeting. Now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors does hereby authorize discussion of the aforestated matters.
We have a motion. Call the question.
Motion passes 6-0 with Mr. Ross being absent.
Mr. Chair. It's okay. Mr. Chairman, yes. Mr. Chairman, this will be your return to open meeting resolution. Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.23712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law, now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors hereby returns to open meeting and certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion to convene into closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in closed meeting.
Mr. Skinner.
Aye.
Mr. Benton. Mr. Trampy.
Aye.
Mr. Sabula.
Aye.
Mr. Yakubowski.
Aye.
And the chairman, aye. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Call the question.
6-0, you are adjourned.